Hello, and welcome to another evening here at Paleo Nocturne. Tonight's journey is a long one, stretching 3 hours as we meet 80 dinosaurs whose names you've likely never heard spoken aloud. These are the obscure ones, the creatures that scientific papers discuss, but popular culture ignores. Yet in many ways, they're the most fascinating dinosaurs of all, because their stories reveal just how creative and experimental evolution can be. As we settle in together for this quiet exploration, I'm curious about who's here with me tonight. Would you mind sharing in the comments where you're watching or listening from, and what time it currently is? I always find it remarkable to see the range of places represented, knowing that we're all here together, separated by thousands of kilometers, yet connected by this shared interest in ancient life, makes these late-night sessions feel a bit less solitary. One more thing before we begin, and this is particularly for those of you who plan to watch rather than simply listen. I've invested considerable time and effort into making the visual reconstructions as scientifically accurate as possible. Every feather pattern, every body proportion, every detail has been researched and rendered based on the best available evidence. The melanosomes that reveal Anchiornis wore black and white banded feathers, the fossilized stomach contents that tell us what Microraptor ate, the bone structures that indicate how Nothronicus held its enormous claws. All of this information has been incorporated into what you'll see on screen. So, while I certainly understand if your eyes grow heavy and begin to close, perhaps give yourself a few minutes at the start to appreciate these images. They represent many hours of work to bring these forgotten animals back to life as faithfully as possible. Now let's travel back in time together, beginning with the tiny terrors and feathered wonders of ancient China. In the forests of ancient China, approximately 120 million years ago, a creature no larger than a crow moved through the canopy with remarkable agility. This was Microraptor Gi, and it possessed something that would reshape our understanding of how flight evolved among the dinosaurs. Unlike any bird you might see outside your window today, Microraptor had 4 wings rather than 2. Its hind limbs were covered in long, asymmetrical flight feathers that mirrored those on its arms, creating a body plan that seems almost fantastical to our modern sensibilities. The animal measured roughly 77 centimeters from the tip of its snout to the end of its elongated tail, and it weighed perhaps 1 kilogram, making it one of the smallest dinosaurs ever discovered. The fossils of Microraptor Guo come from the Jufotang Formation in Liaoning Province, a region that has proven to be one of the most important paleontological sites in the world for understanding feathered dinosaurs. The preservation in this area is extraordinary, with volcanic ash having buried countless animals so quickly and completely that even the delicate structures of feathers remain visible in the rock. When scientists first examined Microraptor specimens, they found not only the impressions of feathers, but also evidence of their coloration. Through analysis of melanosomes, the microscopic structures that contain pigment, researchers determined that Microraptor possessed iridescent black plumage, similar to that of a modern crow or raven. Imagine this small predator gliding between trees, its feathers catching the sunlight and shimmering with blues and greens as it moved. The question of how Microraptor actually used its 4 wings has generated considerable discussion among paleontologists. Some researchers have suggested that the animal held its hind wings splayed out to the sides, creating a biplane-like configuration that would have provided substantial lift and allowed for controlled gliding between trees. Others have proposed that the hind limbs were held beneath the body in a position more similar to modern birds, with the leg feathers acting as additional control surfaces rather than primary lifting structures. Wind tunnel experiments using models based on the fossils have supported both interpretations to varying degrees, and the reality may be that Microraptor was capable of adjusting its limb positions depending on the flight behavior it needed to execute. The diet of Microraptor appears to have been opportunistic and varied. Gut contents preserved in some specimens have revealed the remains of small mammals, birds, and even fish, suggesting that this tiny predator was remarkably adaptable in its feeding habits. The presence of fish in particular indicates that Microraptor may have hunted near bodies of water, perhaps swooping down to snatch prey from the surface in a manner reminiscent of modern kingfishers or ospreys. Its teeth were small and numerous, well suited for grasping slippery prey, and its claws were sharply curved and capable of maintaining a grip on struggling animals. Living alongside Microraptor in these ancient Chinese forests was another small feathered dinosaur with its own peculiar adaptations. Epidexipteryx hui was discovered in rocks slightly older than those containing Microraptor, dating to approximately 160 million years ago during the Middle Jurassic or earliest Late Jurassic period. This creature was even smaller than Microraptor, with a body length of perhaps 25 centimeters, not including its remarkable tail feathers. What made Epidexipteryx truly unusual was the presence of 4 extraordinarily long, ribbon-like feathers extending from its tail, structures that appear to have served no aerodynamic purpose whatsoever. These tail feathers of Epidexipteryx were unlike anything seen in modern birds or other feathered dinosaurs. They were not branched or veined like flight feathers, but instead consisted of long, stiff shafts that projected backward from the tail in a fan-like arrangement. The most likely explanation for these structures is that they served a display function, perhaps used in courtship rituals or species recognition. This would make Epidexipteryx one of the earliest known examples of ornamental feather evolution in the dinosaur lineage, suggesting that feathers were being used for social signaling long before they became refined for flight. The skull of Epidexipteryx possessed forward-projecting teeth at the front of its jaws, giving it a somewhat buck-toothed appearance that is quite endearing in reconstructions. These teeth were probably used for extracting insects or larvae from tree bark, similar to how modern eyes use their elongated fingers to probe for grubs. The hands of Epidexipteryx bore elongated third fingers that may have served this same purpose, though the fossil evidence is not entirely clear on this point. What is certain is that this small dinosaur represents an early experiment in feather evolution, one that prioritized display over flight capability. Anchiornis huxleyi, another resident of these ancient Asian forests, provides us with one of the most complete pictures of dinosaur coloration ever assembled. This small Paravian dinosaur, measuring roughly 40 centimeters in length and weighing perhaps 110 grams, has been studied extensively for the melanosomes preserved in its fossilized feathers. Through painstaking analysis of these microscopic structures, scientists have determined that Anchiornis possessed a complex color pattern, including black and white bands on its wing feathers, a reddish-brown crest on its head, and grey body plumage speckled with black and white. The creature looked something like a woodpecker crossed with a small raptor, with proportionally long legs and arms that bore substantial feathering. Like Microraptor, Anchiornis possessed feathers on all four limbs, though its leg feathers were less developed than those of its younger cousin. The presence of these structures has led some researchers to suggest that four-winged body plans were actually quite common among early Paravian dinosaurs, and that the two-winged configuration we see in modern birds represents a later refinement rather than the ancestral condition. Anchiornis itself was probably not capable of powered flight, as its feathers lack some of the structural features that would have been necessary for generating lift through flapping. Instead, it likely used its feathered limbs for gliding and perhaps for control during leaps between branches. The Anchiornis specimens come from the Tiaojishan Formation, which dates to the late Jurassic period approximately 160 million years ago. This makes Anchiornis one of the oldest feathered dinosaurs known from relatively complete specimens, and it provides crucial information about the early stages of feather evolution. The feathers of Anchiornis show a mix of primitive and derived characteristics, with some resembling the simple filamentous structures seen in earlier dinosaurs, while others approach the vaned form typical of modern bird feathers. This mosaic of features supports the idea that feather evolution was a gradual process involving multiple intermediate stages. Shifting our attention now from the forests of ancient China to the plains of what would become North America, we encounter a very different sort of small dinosaur. Aquilops americanus lived approximately 108 million years ago during the early Cretaceous period, and it holds the distinction of being the oldest known ceratopsian dinosaur from North America. Despite this impressive pedigree, Aquilops was a remarkably modest creature, measuring only about 60 centimeters in length and weighing perhaps 1.5 kilograms. It was roughly the size of a small rabbit, making it one of the smallest horned dinosaurs ever discovered. The skull of Aquilops shows the characteristic features of early ceratopsians, including a hooked rostral bone at the tip of the upper jaw and a slight frill at the back of the head. However, these features are much less developed than in later horned dinosaurs like Triceratops or Styracosaurus. The frill is small and lacks the elaborate ornamentation that would evolve in later species, and there are no horns present on the skull whatsoever. Instead, Aquilops possessed a relatively smooth skull with a distinctive hooked beak that would have been useful for cropping vegetation close to the ground. The discovery of Aquilops in Montana was significant because it pushed back the timeline for ceratopsian presence in North America by several million years. Before this find, the oldest known North American ceratopsians dated to approximately 104 million years ago, and they were already fairly derived forms. Aquilops, with its primitive features and small size, suggests that ceratopsians entered North America from Asia via land bridges, and then diversified rapidly once they arrived. The animal likely inhabited forests or woodlands, using its small size and agility to navigate through underbrush while feeding on low-growing plants. Another small herbivorous dinosaur with unusual dentition is Pegomastax africanus, which lived in what is now South Africa during the early Jurassic period, approximately 200 million years ago. This tiny creature measured only about 60 centimeters in length, roughly the size of a house cat, and it possessed one of the strangest sets of teeth ever seen in a dinosaur. The front of its jaws bore long, stabbing fangs that projected downward from the upper jaw and upward from the lower jaw, giving the animal a distinctly vampiric appearance that seems at odds with its herbivorous diet. The purpose of these unusual fangs has puzzled paleontologists since the animal's description. They seem far too long and sharp for use in eating plants, and some researchers have suggested they may have been used for defense against predators or for competition between individuals of the same species. Modern analogues for this type of dentition are rare, though some deer species possess elongated canine teeth used in male-male combat during mating season. Perhaps Pegomastax males used their fangs in similar displays of dominance, despite the fact that the animal was otherwise adapted for a plant-based diet. The body of Pegomastax was covered in bristle-like structures that may represent an early form of feather or a parallel development of integumentary structures in ornithischian dinosaurs. These filaments would have given the animal a somewhat fuzzy appearance, and they may have served for insulation, display, or both. The presence of such structures in a heterodontosaurid dinosaur is particularly interesting because it suggests that filamentous body coverings may have been widespread among dinosaurs, not just in the theropod lineage that gave rise to birds. Closely related to Pegomastax was Heterodontosaurus tuki, a slightly larger animal that lived in the same general region and time period. Heterodontosaurus measured about 1 meter in length and weighed approximately 3 to 4 kilograms, making it roughly the size of a large turkey. Like Pegomastax, it possessed heterodont dentition, meaning it had different types of teeth in different parts of its jaw, a feature unusual among dinosaurs and one that gives the animal its name. The teeth of Heterodontosaurus included small, pointed teeth at the front of the jaw suitable for nipping vegetation, large canine-like teeth similar to those in Pegomastax, and broad, grinding cheek teeth toward the back of the mouth. This variety of tooth types suggests a complex feeding behavior that may have involved processing different types of plant material. The cheek teeth were particularly sophisticated, featuring high crowns with wear patterns, indicating that Heterodontosaurus was capable of chewing its food in a manner more similar to mammals than to most other dinosaurs. The limbs of Heterodontosaurus were also noteworthy, with proportionally long legs that suggest the animal was a capable runner. The forelimbs bore 5 fingers, with the first 3 being well developed and bearing sharp claws, while the outer 2 were reduced. These hands may have been used for manipulating food, digging for roots or tubers, or defense. The overall body plan of Heterodontosaurus suggests an active, agile animal that could move quickly when necessary and process a variety of food sources depending on availability. Returning now to China, we encounter Sinosauropteryx prima, a small compsognathed dinosaur that holds the distinction of being the first non-avian dinosaur discovered with evidence of feathers. When specimens of this animal were found in the Yixian Formation in the mid-1990s, they caused considerable excitement in the paleontological community because they showed clear impressions of filamentous structures covering the body. These were not flight feathers like those found in birds, but simple, hair-like filaments that formed a fuzzy coat over the animal's body and along its tail. Sinosauropteryx measured approximately 1 meter in length, with more than half of that length being occupied by an extraordinarily long tail. The animal weighed perhaps 500 grams to 1 kilogram, making it roughly the size of a large chicken. Its body was slender and built for speed, with long legs and a flexible spine that would have allowed it to pursue small prey through the underbrush. The teeth of Sinosauropteryx were small and sharp, suitable for catching insects, small mammals, or lizards. The coloration of Sinosauropteryx has been extensively studied through melanosome analysis, revealing a striking pattern of alternating light and dark bands along the tail. This pattern, sometimes called a banded mask tail, would have made the animal quite conspicuous and may have served purposes related to communication or species recognition. The body appears to have been reddish-brown in color, providing some degree of camouflage in forested environments, while the tail pattern remained visible to other members of the same species. One particularly significant Sinosauropteryx specimen preserves the remains of a small mammal in its stomach region, providing direct evidence of the animal's predatory behavior. This find demonstrated that small theropod dinosaurs were active hunters of mammals during the early Cretaceous, a time when mammals were still relatively small and not yet diversified into the ecological roles they would later occupy. Epidendrosaurus ninchingensis, also known by its synonym Scansoriopteryx, was another small feathered dinosaur from China that specialized in an arboreal lifestyle. This creature was tiny, with a body length of perhaps 15 to 20 centimeters, not including its tail, making it one of the smallest non-avian dinosaurs known. The most distinctive feature of Epidendrosaurus was its enormously elongated third finger, which extended far beyond the other digits and appears to have been used for probing into bark crevices in search of insect prey. This adaptation is remarkably similar to that seen in the modern eye of Madagascar, a lemur that uses its elongated middle finger to extract grubs from tree trunks. The convergent evolution between these two distantly related animals suggests that this feeding strategy is particularly effective in forest environments, where wood-boring insects provide a rich food source. The other fingers of Epidendrosaurus were equipped with strongly curved claws suitable for gripping bark, and the overall body plan indicates an animal well adapted for climbing and moving through trees. The age of Epidendrosaurus is somewhat uncertain, with estimates ranging from the late Jurassic to the early Cretaceous period, approximately 140 to 160 million years ago. Regardless of its exact age, the animal represents an early experiment in arboreal specialization among dinosaurs, showing that these creatures were capable of exploiting ecological niches that we typically associate with mammals or birds. Another Chinese dinosaur with unusual adaptations was Incisivosaurus gauthieri, an Oviraptorosaurian theropod from the early Cretaceous period, approximately 125 million years ago. This animal measured approximately 1 meter in length and possessed a most unusual feature for a theropod dinosaur: prominent rodent-like incisors at the front of its jaws. These teeth were proportionally large, flat-fronted, and positioned vertically in the jaw, giving the animal an appearance reminiscent of a rabbit or beaver, rather than a typical carnivorous dinosaur. The presence of these incisors strongly suggests that Incisivosaurus was at least partially herbivorous, using its front teeth to gnaw on plant material in a manner similar to modern rodents. The remainder of its skull shows typical Oviraptorosaurian features, including a short snout and a skull shape that indicates a powerful bite. The animal may have been omnivorous, feeding on a combination of plant material, seeds, nuts, and perhaps small animals when available. The feathers of Integumentary are not as well preserved as in some other Chinese dinosaurs, but the animal's close relationship to known feathered theropods strongly suggests it possessed some form of plumage. Phylogenetic analysis places Integumentary as a basal member of the Oviraptorosaur family, meaning it represents an early stage in the evolution of this group before they developed the more elaborate crests and completely toothless beaks seen in later species. Perhaps one of the most extraordinary small dinosaurs from China is Yi Qi, whose name appropriately translates to strange wing in Mandarin Chinese. This tiny creature, measuring only about 40 centimeters in length, including its tail, possessed a modification to its forelimbs that is unique among all known dinosaurs. Extending from its wrist was a long, rod-like bone that supported a membranous wing structure similar to that seen in bats or flying squirrels. This bone, called a styliform element, projected backward and outward from the hand, and soft tissue preservation in the fossil shows that it supported a wing membrane. Yi Qi lived during the late Jurassic period, approximately 160 million years ago, making it contemporaneous with Anchiornis and Epidexipteryx. The animal belonged to a small family of dinosaurs called Scansoriopterygids, which were characterized by their elongated third fingers and arboreal adaptations. However, Yi Qi took these adaptations to an extreme not seen in any other member of the group, developing a completely novel flight structure that combined dinosaurian feathers with a bat-like membrane. The discovery of Yi Qi in 2015 was met with considerable excitement and some skepticism in the paleontological community. Such an unusual structure seemed almost too strange to be true, but careful analysis of the fossil confirmed the presence of both the styliform bone and the associated wing membrane. The animal appears to have been capable of gliding flight, though the exact aerodynamic properties of its wings are still being debated. Some researchers suggest it may have been capable of powered flight, while others believe it was primarily a glider that used its membranes for control during descents from tree branches. The existence of Yi Qi demonstrates that the evolution of flight in dinosaurs was not a single linear process, but rather involved multiple experiments with different wing structures and flight styles. While the feathered wing design eventually won out and gave rise to modern birds, the membranous wings of Yi Qi represent an alternative approach that ultimately proved to be an evolutionary dead end. Our final small dinosaur in this section brings us back to the world of theropods, but with a creature of considerably larger size. Yutyrannus huali lived in China during the early Cretaceous period, approximately 125 million years ago, and it represents the largest known dinosaur with direct evidence of feathers. This animal measured approximately 9 meters in length and weighed between 1,000 and 2,000 kilograms, making it roughly the size of a large car. Despite this substantial size, fossils of Yutyrannus preserve extensive evidence of filamentous feathers covering its body. The name Yutyrannus huali translates to beautiful feathered tyrant, and it is indeed a member of the tyrannosauroid family, representing an early and relatively primitive cousin of the famous Tyrannosaurus rex. The feathers of Yutyrannus were not the structured veined feathers seen in flying birds, but rather simple filaments similar to those found in Sinosauropteryx. These filaments were up to 20 centimeters in length and would have given the animal a shaggy, almost fur-like appearance. The presence of such extensive feathering on such a large animal has implications for our understanding of thermoregulation in large theropods. During the early Cretaceous in northeastern China, the climate was relatively cool, with average temperatures perhaps 10 degrees Celsius, lower than in other contemporaneous environments. The feathered covering of Yutyrannus may have served as insulation, helping the animal maintain its body temperature in this cooler climate. This discovery also raises questions about whether later, larger tyrannosaurs, such as Tyrannosaurus rex, might have possessed feathers as well, at least during some stage of their lives or on certain parts of their bodies. Some researchers have suggested that large tyrannosaurs may have had feathered juveniles that lost their plumage as they grew larger and no longer needed the insulation. Others point to skin impressions from large tyrannosaurs that show scaly skin, suggesting that feathers were not present in adults. The debate continues, but Yutyrannus demonstrates that at least some large tyrannosaurs were capable of growing and maintaining a substantial feathered covering. The skull of Yutyrannus shows typical tyrannosaur features, including a long, deep snout equipped with numerous large teeth. The animal possessed a prominent nasal crest running along the top of its snout, a feature that may have been used for species recognition or display purposes. The arms of Yutyrannus were proportionally longer than those of later tyrannosaurs like Tyrannosaurus rex, retaining 3 functional fingers rather than the reduced 2-fingered condition seen in more derived forms. As a predator, Yutyrannus would have been formidable, despite living in an environment that contained even larger carnivores. Fossils of multiple individuals found together suggest that Yutyrannus may have hunted in groups, a behavior that would have allowed it to tackle prey much larger than itself. This social hunting behavior, combined with its insulating feather coat and powerful jaws, made Yutyrannus a successful apex predator in its cool, forested environment. In the river systems of what would become the Sahara Desert, approximately 115 million years ago, lived a sauropod dinosaur with a feeding apparatus unlike any other. Nigersaurus taketai measured roughly 9 meters in length, substantially smaller than its more famous relatives like Brachiosaurus or Diplodocus, and it possessed a skull structure so specialized that it required decades of study before scientists fully understood its feeding behavior. The most remarkable feature of this animal was its jaws, which were wider than its skull and contained more than 500 teeth arranged in dental batteries that were constantly replaced as they wore down from use. The skull of Nigersaurus faced permanently downward at roughly a 67-degree angle from the horizontal, an orientation that would have been extremely unusual for most sauropods, but made perfect sense given the animal's feeding ecology. With its head held in this position, Nigersaurus could efficiently graze on low-growing vegetation, sweeping its broad mouth back and forth across the ground in a manner reminiscent of a modern vacuum cleaner. The teeth were positioned only at the front of the jaws in a straight row, forming a cutting edge that could shear through plant material with remarkable efficiency. The replacement rate for the teeth of Nigersaurus was extraordinary, with each tooth position potentially cycling through hundreds of replacement teeth during the animal's lifetime. Analysis of the tooth wear patterns suggests that individual teeth were replaced approximately every 14 days, giving this dinosaur one of the fastest tooth replacement rates known in any vertebrate. This rapid turnover was necessary because the teeth were relatively fragile and wore down quickly from constant contact with abrasive plant material and soil particles. The neck of Nigersaurus was relatively short for a sauropod, containing 13 cervical vertebrae that were somewhat compressed compared to those of other members of the group. The vertebrae themselves were highly pneumatized, meaning they contained numerous air pockets that reduced their weight significantly. Some estimates suggest that the bones of Nigersaurus were so lightweight that they could barely be distinguished from bird bones in terms of their density. This extreme lightening of the skeleton allowed the animal to support its bulk on relatively slender limbs while keeping its head low to the ground. The environment in which Nigersaurus lived was a lush floodplain crisscrossed by rivers and populated by a variety of other dinosaurs, including large theropods and armored ankylosaurs. The vegetation available to Nigersaurus would have included ferns, horsetails, and low-growing conifers, all of which could be efficiently processed by its specialized dental apparatus. The animal's body plan suggests it was adapted for sustained, low-energy feeding rather than selective browsing, consuming large quantities of relatively low-quality vegetation and relying on its massive gut to extract sufficient nutrients. Moving now from the arid landscapes of Cretaceous Africa to the forests of Western North America, we encounter a theropod dinosaur that challenges our expectations about carnivorous dinosaurs. Nothronicus graphami was a Therizinosaur, a group of theropods that had abandoned their predatory ancestry in favor of a herbivorous lifestyle. This creature measured approximately 4.5 to 6 meters in length and stood about 3 meters tall when walking upright. Its body plan was remarkable for a theropod, featuring a pot-bellied torso, long neck, small head, and arms bearing enormous claws that reached up to 23 centimeters in length. The claws of Nothronicus are its most striking feature, and they have generated considerable discussion regarding their function. In other theropods, such large claws would immediately suggest a predatory function, used for capturing and subduing prey. However, the overall anatomy of Nothronicus indicates it was not a hunter. The teeth were small and leaf-shaped, suitable for cropping vegetation rather than tearing flesh. The skull was proportionally small with a weak jaw structure, and the body plan with its wide hips and forward-tilting pelvis would have made the animal slow and poorly suited for chasing prey. Instead, the enormous claws of Nothronicus were most likely used for pulling down branches to bring foliage within reach of its mouth, similar to how modern sloths use their claws for similar purposes. The claws may also have served a defensive function, as their size and sharpness would have made them formidable weapons against predators. When threatened, Nothronicus could have reared up on its hind legs and slashed at attackers with these impressive natural implements. The lifestyle of Nothronicus would have been relatively sedentary, spending much of its time feeding on vegetation in forested areas. Its large gut, evidenced by its expanded ribcage and wide hips, would have been necessary for fermenting and digesting the substantial amounts of plant material required to sustain an animal of its size. The animal's hind limbs were robust and bore 4 toes, an unusual feature for theropods, which typically possessed 3 functional toes on each foot. This 4-toed condition may represent a retention of a primitive feature or an adaptation related to its changed locomotor habits. Another peculiar herbivorous dinosaur that has challenged our understanding of dinosaur classification is Chilosaurus diegosuarezi, discovered in southern Chile and dating to the late Jurassic period, approximately 145 million years ago. This animal measured roughly 3 meters in length and possessed such a confusing combination of anatomical features that initial attempts to classify it proved extremely difficult. Chilosaurus appeared to combine characteristics of multiple different dinosaur groups, leading some researchers to initially describe it as a chimera-like creature that defied easy categorization. The skull of Chilosaurus possessed a toothless beak at the front of its jaws and leaf-shaped teeth toward the back, indicating a herbivorous diet. The pelvis was structured more like that of an ornithischian dinosaur rather than a theropod, despite Chilosaurus being clearly identified as a theropod based on other skeletal features. The feet bore robust toes with blunt, hoof-like claws, rather than the sharp, curved claws typical of predatory theropods. The hands were reduced to 2 functional fingers, each bearing short, stocky claws, unsuitable for grasping prey. Recent phylogenetic analyses have placed Chilosaurus as a basal member of Ornithischia, the group of dinosaurs that includes animals like Stegosaurus, Triceratops, and the Hadrosaurs. This placement is controversial because it suggests that Ornithischian dinosaurs evolved from theropod ancestors, a hypothesis that overturns traditional views of dinosaur evolution. Other researchers maintain that Chilosaurus represents an unusual theropod that convergently evolved features similar to Ornithischians due to its herbivorous lifestyle. Regardless of its exact phylogenetic position, Chilosaurus demonstrates the remarkable degree of evolutionary experimentation that occurred among dinosaurs as they adapted to different ecological niches. The environment of Chilosaurus was a forested landscape populated by both predatory and herbivorous dinosaurs, and this small herbivore would have occupied a middle level in the food web. Its mixed anatomy suggests it was well adapted for its particular lifestyle, even if that lifestyle led it to evolve features that confuse our attempts at classification. The animal represents an important reminder that dinosaur evolution was far more complex and experimental than simplified family trees might suggest. Among the more visually striking dinosaurs is Amargasaurus kazawi, a sauropod from early Cretaceous Argentina that lived approximately 129 to 122 million years ago. This animal measured roughly 10 meters in length, making it relatively small for a sauropod. But what it lacked in size, it made up for in ornamentation. Along its neck and back ran 2 parallel rows of extraordinarily elongated neural spines, projections extending upward from the vertebrae that reached lengths of up to 60 centimeters on the neck vertebrae. The function of these remarkable spines has been debated extensively since Amargasaurus was first described in 1991. Early interpretations suggested they supported a sail-like structure similar to that seen in Dimetrodon or Spinosaurus, with the spines covered by skin stretched between them. Such a sail could have served for thermoregulation, absorbing heat from the sun or radiating excess heat to the environment. Alternatively, the sail could have functioned as a display structure used for species recognition or sexual selection. More recent analyses have challenged the sail interpretation, suggesting instead that the spines were covered in keratin sheaths and stood free from one another as horn-like projections. Under this interpretation, the spines would have served primarily as display structures, making the animal appear larger and more impressive to potential mates or rivals. They may also have functioned defensively, making Amargasaurus appear more formidable to predators and potentially serving as weapons during intraspecific combat. The neck of Amargasaurus was proportionally shorter than in many other sauropods, with the elongated neural spines potentially restricting its flexibility. The animal probably held its neck in a relatively horizontal position, feeding on vegetation at chest height or lower, rather than reaching into tree canopies. The teeth of Amargasaurus were peg-like and arranged in a row at the front of its jaws, typical of diplodocide sauropods and suitable for stripping leaves from branches. One of the most unusual behavioral adaptations known among dinosaurs belongs to Oryctodromeus cubicularis, a small ornithopod that lived in what is now Montana during the Middle Cretaceous period, approximately 95 million years ago. This dinosaur measured roughly 2.1 meters in length and possessed skeletal features suggesting it was capable of digging burrows, an ability previously unknown among dinosaurs. The evidence for this burrowing behavior comes from the discovery of a fossilized burrow containing the remains of an adult Oryctodromeus and 2 juveniles, apparently preserved in their den. The skeletal features of Oryctodromeus that support burrowing behavior include a broad snout suitable for loosening soil, powerful shoulder and arm muscles, indicated by expanded attachment sites on the bones, and robust hindquarters that would have helped brace the animal while digging. The spine shows fused vertebrae near the hips, providing additional stability during excavation. The burrow itself was approximately 2 meters long and 35 centimeters in diameter, spiraling downward into the ground and terminating in a chamber just large enough to accommodate the 3 individuals found within. The discovery of Oryctodromeus revolutionized our understanding of dinosaur behavior, demonstrating that these animals were capable of complex behaviors previously associated only with mammals. Burrowing would have provided multiple advantages, including protection from predators, shelter from extreme weather conditions, and a safe place for raising young. The presence of juveniles in the burrow with the adult suggests parental care, with parents protecting their offspring within the safety of the den. The environment inhabited by Oryctodromeus was a floodplain where burrowing behavior would have been particularly advantageous. The ability to retreat underground during floods, droughts, or extreme temperatures would have given these small dinosaurs a significant survival advantage. The soil in this region was volcanic in origin and relatively soft, making it suitable for excavation by an animal of this size. Another small ornithopod with remarkable adaptations is Leiolinosaura amicographica, discovered in southeastern Australia and dating to the early Cretaceous period, approximately 106 million years ago. This small dinosaur, measuring only about 90 centimeters in length, lived in an environment that presented unique challenges. During the early Cretaceous, Australia was located much farther south than it is today, connected to Antarctica as part of the supercontinent Gondwana. The region where Leiolinosaura lived would have experienced polar conditions, including extended periods of winter darkness lasting several months each year. The most notable feature of Leiolinosaura is its remarkably enlarged optic lobes, the regions of the brain responsible for processing visual information. These enlarged structures, visible in endocasts made from the skull cavity, suggest that Evolutionary possessed excellent vision, possibly adapted for seeing in low-light conditions. During the long polar winter, when the sun remained below the horizon for extended periods, this enhanced visual capability would have been crucial for finding food and avoiding predators in the dim twilight. The tail of Evolutionary was extraordinarily long relative to its body size, comprising more than 3/4 of the animal's total length. This elongated tail may have served multiple functions, including balance, communication, or thermoregulation. Some researchers have suggested that Evolutionary may have curled its long tail around its body during rest periods, providing insulation against the cold polar temperatures. Others propose that the tail was used for social signaling among group members. Evidence suggests that Evolutionary lived in groups, with bone beds containing multiple individuals of different ages found at several sites. This social behavior would have provided advantages in the challenging polar environment, allowing individuals to share body heat, cooperate in finding food, and watch for predators. The discovery of this dinosaur in polar regions challenged previous assumptions that dinosaurs were restricted to warm climates and demonstrated their remarkable adaptability. Among the most whimsically named dinosaurs is Dracorex hogwartsia, whose name translates to Dragon King of Hogwarts in reference to the fictional school from the Harry Potter series. This dinosaur was discovered in South Dakota in rocks dating to the late Cretaceous period, approximately 66 million years ago, just before the mass extinction that ended the age of dinosaurs. The skull of Dracorex is remarkable for its long, flat profile studded with numerous spikes and knobs, giving it a distinctly dragon-like appearance that inspired its name. Measuring approximately 3 to 4 meters in length, Dracorex possessed a skull about 45 centimeters long with an elongated snout bearing multiple prominent spikes. The skull lacked the domed structure seen in related pachycephalosaurs like Pachycephalosaurus and Stygimoloch, instead having a relatively flat skull roof with minimal thickening. This flat skull profile, combined with the numerous horns and spikes, gives Dracorex one of the most visually striking skulls of any dinosaur. The classification of Dracorex has been controversial since its description, with some paleontologists suggesting that it represents a juvenile or subadult form of Pachycephalosaurus, rather than a distinct species. Under this interpretation, the spiky, flat-headed Dracorex would have matured into the dome-headed Pachycephalosaurus, with the dome forming as the animal aged. This hypothesis has gained considerable support from studies of bone microstructure, showing that the Dracorex specimen died before reaching skeletal maturity. If Dracorex does represent a juvenile Pachycephalosaurus, it provides fascinating insights into how these dinosaurs changed as they grew. The transition from a spiky, flat-headed juvenile to a dome-headed adult suggests that different age classes may have engaged in different behaviors or occupied different ecological niches. Juveniles with their sharp spikes may have relied more on defensive ornamentation, while adults with their thick domes could engage in head-butting behaviors. The lifestyle of Dracorex, whether representing a distinct species or a growth stage of another dinosaur, would have involved feeding on low-growing vegetation using its leaf-shaped teeth. The animal was bipedal, walking on two legs with its tail held stiffly behind for balance. The ornamentation on its skull may have served for species recognition, displayed during mating rituals, or as a deterrent to predators. Living in the final days of the Cretaceous, Dracorex, or its adult form, would have shared its environment with iconic dinosaurs, including Tyrannosaurus rex and Triceratops. Moving to Central Asia, we encounter Khan McKennae, a small oviraptorid dinosaur from late Cretaceous Mongolia, approximately 75 million years ago. This dinosaur measured roughly 1.2 meters in length and weighed approximately 13 kilograms, making it roughly the size of a turkey. The name Khan means lord in Mongolian, while the species name honors the paleontologist Malcolm McKenna. Despite its regal name, Khan was a relatively modest-sized dinosaur characterized by its short, toothless beak and dome-shaped skull crest. The skull of Khan shows typical oviraptorid features, including a short, deep snout with a keratinous beak covering both upper and lower jaws. A prominent crest rises from the top of the skull, formed by the fusion of several skull bones and likely covered in life with keratin or skin. This crest varied in size and shape among different oviraptorid species and probably served as a species-specific identification marker or played a role in mate selection. Oviraptorids like Khan have long been subjects of debate regarding their diet. Originally thought to be egg-eaters based on the discovery of one specimen apparently atop a nest, later research revealed that oviraptorids were actually brooding their own eggs rather than stealing those of other dinosaurs. The diet of Khan probably included a variety of foods, such as plants, fruits, seeds, and possibly small animals like insects or lizards. The powerful beak could have been used to crack open hard-shelled nuts or seeds, similar to how modern parrots use their beaks. Several well-preserved specimens of Khan have been discovered in the Jadokta Formation of Mongolia, some showing remarkable preservation of skeletal elements. These fossils have provided important information about oviraptorid anatomy and biology. The hands of Khan bore 3 fingers with moderately curved claws, suitable for grasping food items or manipulating objects. The legs were relatively long and slender, indicating that Khan was a fairly agile animal capable of quick movements. A particularly interesting small theropod is Duravenata starkey, discovered in Germany and dating to the late Jurassic period, approximately 152 to 151 million years ago. This juvenile specimen measures only about 75 centimeters in length and represents one of the few well-preserved non-avian theropods from Europe. Duravenata belongs to the family Compsognathidae, small theropods related to the famous Compsognathus. What makes Duravenata particularly interesting is the preservation of soft tissue impressions along with the skeleton. When first described, researchers noted that the tail region showed impressions of scales rather than feathers, leading to questions about feather distribution in small theropods. However, subsequent studies using ultraviolet light revealed the presence of filamentous structures on other parts of the body, suggesting that Duravenata possessed a mixed covering of scales and protofeathers. This mosaic pattern of integument distribution challenges simple models of feather evolution and suggests that even among closely related small theropods, there was considerable variation in body covering. Some areas of the body may have retained scales for functional reasons, while others developed feathery coverings for insulation or display. The preservation of Duravenator in fine-grained limestone allowed for exceptional detail preservation, making it an invaluable specimen for understanding dinosaur integument. The teeth of Duravenator were numerous and sharp, typical of a small predatory dinosaur that would have fed on insects, small lizards, and other prey items. The legs were proportionally long, indicating that Duravenator was likely a fast runner capable of chasing down agile prey. The tail was long and stiffened toward its end, providing balance during rapid movements. The hands bore 3 functional fingers with sharp, curved claws suitable for grasping struggling prey. The environment where Duravenator lived was a series of lagoons surrounded by reefs and islands, similar to modern tropical lagoon systems. This marine-influenced habitat explains the exceptional preservation of specimens, as animals that died in or near the lagoons were quickly buried in fine sediments under low oxygen conditions. Duravenator shared its environment with numerous other animals, including pterosaurs, early crocodilians, fish, and marine invertebrates. Our final peculiar herbivore is Suassia emiliae, a diplodocid sauropod from the late Jurassic of Montana, approximately 150 million years ago. This dinosaur measured approximately 14 to 15 meters in length, making it moderate in size for a sauropod. The name Suassia derives from the Crow Native American word for ancient thunder, while the species name honors Emily de Hellebrandt, a supporter of the research. The most distinctive feature of Suassia is its skull, which shows unusual modifications not seen in other diplodocid sauropods. The external openings of the nostrils are positioned very far back on the skull, nearly between the eyes, rather than near the tip of the snout. This unusual narial position has led to speculation about its function, with some researchers suggesting it may relate to specialized sensory abilities or unusual respiratory adaptations. The teeth of Suassia were pencil-shaped and restricted to the front of the jaws, typical of diplodocid sauropods that used a raking motion to strip leaves from branches. The jaw mechanics suggest that Suassia fed by sweeping its head from side to side while keeping its teeth closed, combing vegetation through its mouth and stripping it from stems. This feeding style would have allowed the animal to process large amounts of vegetation relatively quickly, though not as efficiently as the dental batteries seen in hadrosaurs. The neck of Suassia contained 15 cervical vertebrae and was held in a relatively horizontal position based on the orientation of the vertebral processes. This neck posture would have allowed Suassia to sweep across large areas of vegetation while keeping its head at a comfortable height, perhaps between 1 and 4 meters above the ground. The animal was not a high browser reaching into tree canopies, but rather a mid-level feeder exploiting vegetation at chest-to-head height. The discovery of Suassia expanded our understanding of sauropod diversity in late Jurassic North America, showing that multiple diplodocid species coexisted by occupying slightly different ecological niches. While larger relatives like Diplodocus and Barrosaurus may have fed on higher vegetation, medium-sized species like Suassia exploited mid-level plant resources. This niche partitioning allowed multiple large herbivorous dinosaurs to share the same habitat without competing directly for the same food sources. The tail of Suassia was extremely long, containing numerous vertebrae that tapered to a thin whip-like end. This tail structure common among diplodocid sauropods, may have been used for defense by cracking it like a whip to produce loud sounds or strike at predators. The speed at which the tail tip could move may have exceeded the speed of sound, creating sonic booms that would have startled or discouraged potential attackers. The evolution of visual and acoustic display structures among dinosaurs reached extraordinary heights in the ceratopsians and hadrosaurs, two groups that developed some of the most elaborate cranial ornamentation in the entire history of life. These dinosaurs invested tremendous biological resources into growing horns, frills, and crests that served primarily for communication rather than survival in the traditional sense. What follows is an exploration of dinosaur species that showcase the remarkable diversity of these display-oriented adaptations, from the bewildering complexity of horned faces to the resonating chambers that filled ancient valleys with haunting calls. Each represents a different solution to the fundamental challenges of attracting mates, recognizing one's own species, and maintaining social structures within herding populations that sometimes numbered in the thousands. In the ancient river valleys of what would become southern Utah, approximately 76 million years ago, lived a ceratopsian dinosaur that possessed perhaps the most elaborate skull ornamentation ever evolved by any land animal. Cosmoceratops richardsoni measured roughly 4.5 meters in length and weighed approximately 2 tons, making it a medium-sized member of the horned dinosaur family. What distinguished this animal from its relatives was not its size, but rather the astonishing complexity of its cranial display, with a total of 15 horns and horn-like projections adorning its head and frill. The name Cosmoceratops translates to ornate horned face, and this designation proves entirely appropriate when examining the skull structure. Above each eye rose a prominent brow horn that curved forward and downward, giving the animal an almost menacing expression when viewed from the front. The nose bore a single upward-pointing horn that was relatively short compared to those of some other ceratopsians. However, the most remarkable features were found on the frill, the large bony shield that extended backward from the skull to cover the neck region. Along the upper edge of this frill ran 8 hook-like projections that curved downward and forward, creating a scalloped appearance unlike anything seen in other horned dinosaurs. The frill itself was proportionally large, extending backward to cover much of the neck and upper back region. Analysis of the bone structure shows that much of the frill was relatively thin, with large openings called fenestrae that reduced its weight while maintaining structural integrity. These openings would have been covered with skin in life, and the frill may have been brightly colored or patterned to enhance its visual impact during display behaviors. The edges of the frill, particularly where the hook-like projections were located, show evidence of extensive blood vessel channels that suggest the frill was covered with keratinous sheaths that would have extended the hooks even further than the bone alone indicates. The function of this elaborate ornamentation has been interpreted primarily as serving purposes related to mate selection and species recognition. In an environment where multiple ceratopsian species lived in close proximity, distinctive skull ornamentation would have allowed individuals to quickly identify members of their own species from potential competitors. The elaborate nature of the display would also have served in courtship, with individuals possessing the most impressive frills perhaps being preferentially selected as mates. There may also have been a defensive component to the display, with the formidable appearance potentially deterring predators or intimidating rivals during confrontations. Cosmoceratops lived in a relatively restricted geographic area within the late Cretaceous ecosystem known as Laramidia, the western landmass of North America that existed when a shallow sea divided the continent. This region supported remarkable diversity among horned dinosaurs, with multiple species occupying overlapping territories and apparently coexisting through niche partitioning and species-specific habitat preferences. The vegetation available to Cosmoceratops would have included flowering plants, ferns, and conifers, which the animal processed using its parrot-like beak and batteries of grinding teeth located toward the back of its jaws. Another horned dinosaur with distinctive ornamentation is Enosaurus procurvicornis, which lived slightly earlier than Cosmoceratops in what is now Montana, approximately 74 million years ago. This ceratopsian measured approximately 4.5 meters in length and displayed a very different pattern of cranial decoration than its southern cousin. The most distinctive feature of Enosaurus was its nasal horn, which rather than pointing upward or forward as in most ceratopsians, curved downward and forward in a hook-like shape reminiscent of a bottle opener. The name Enosaurus means buffalo lizard, referencing both the downward curving nasal horn and the fact that specimens were discovered near the town of Bynum, Montana, where the Blackfeet word for buffalo is similar. The unusual nasal horn structure has prompted considerable discussion regarding its function. Unlike the forward-pointing horns of Triceratops or the upward-curving horns of Styracosaurus, which seem well-suited for combat or defense, the downward-curving horn of Enosaurus appears poorly designed for such purposes. This suggests the horn served primarily as a visual display structure, its unusual shape making it distinctive and memorable for purposes of species recognition. The frill of Enosaurus bore two large spikes projecting forward from its upper rear edge, positioned where they would have been highly visible when the animal faced forward. These frill spikes were relatively straight and substantial, contrasting with the elaborate hook-like projections seen in Cosmoceratops. The overall effect was of a less complex but still distinctive cranial display that would have made Enosaurus immediately recognizable to other members of its species. The frill itself contained two large fenestrae that reduced its weight, and, like other ceratopsians, these openings were covered with skin that may have been brightly colored. Fossil evidence suggests that Enosaurus lived in herds, with bone beds containing numerous individuals of different ages discovered at several sites. These mass accumulations indicate that groups of these animals died together, possibly during catastrophic events such as floods or droughts. The presence of multiple age classes in these assemblages supports the interpretation that Enosaurus maintained social groups that included adults, subadults, and juveniles. Such herding behavior would have provided numerous advantages, including enhanced predator detection, cooperative defense, and social learning opportunities for younger animals. Among the most famous dinosaurs from Asia is Protoceratops andrewsi, a relatively small ceratopsian that lived in what is now Mongolia during the late Cretaceous period, approximately 75 to 71 million years ago. This dinosaur measured roughly 1.8 meters in length and weighed between 60 and 100 kilograms, making it roughly the size of a large sheep. Despite lacking the prominent horns seen in many of its relatives, Protoceratops possessed a substantial frill and a distinctively hooked beak that gave it a superficially parrot-like appearance. The skull of Protoceratops is proportionally large, accounting for roughly 1/5 of the animal's total body length. The frill extends backward from the skull in a smooth arc, lacking the fenestrae seen in larger ceratopsians, but still providing substantial surface area for muscle attachment and visual display. The bone structure of the frill shows considerable variation between individuals, with some specimens possessing tall, prominent frills, while others have relatively low, streamlined structures. This variation likely reflects sexual dimorphism, with males and females displaying different frill morphologies that would have been useful for species-specific social interactions. The discovery of numerous Protoceratops specimens in the Jidokta Formation of Mongolia has provided paleontologists with an unusually complete picture of the animal's growth and development. Specimens ranging from newly hatched juveniles to fully adult individuals have been found, allowing researchers to track how the animal's proportions changed as it matured. Juvenile Protoceratops possessed relatively large eyes and short frills, giving them an appearance quite different from adults. As the animals grew, the frill expanded dramatically, the beak became more hooked and powerful, and the overall body proportions shifted toward the robust build characteristic of adults. Perhaps most famously, Protoceratops is known for its apparent association, with nest sites containing eggs arranged in circular patterns. These clutches contain up to 15 eggs, laid in concentric circles, buried in sand, and presumably left to incubate through solar heating, rather than active brooding by parents. The arrangement of eggs in these nests suggests relatively sophisticated nesting behavior, with females carefully positioning each egg to maximize exposure to heat while minimizing the risk of damage. The discovery of these nest sites provided early evidence for complex reproductive behaviors among dinosaurs. Closely related to Protoceratops is Psittacosaurus, a genus that encompasses numerous species distributed across Asia during the early Cretaceous period, approximately 126 to 101 million years ago. The name means parrot lizard, referencing the animal's distinctively hooked beak that bears a superficial resemblance to that of a parrot. Psittacosaurus was bipedal, unlike most ceratopsians which walked on all four legs, and it measured between 1 and 2 meters in length, depending on the species. The most remarkable aspect of Psittacosaurus is the exceptional preservation of some specimens, which has allowed scientists to reconstruct not only the animal's skeletal structure, but also details of its soft anatomy and coloration. One spectacular specimen from China preserves extensive skin impressions, showing that Psittacosaurus possessed scales of varying sizes across its body. Most remarkably, a row of long, quill-like structures projects from the top of its tail, formed by elongated scales rather than true feathers. These structures may have served a display function, creating a visual flourish that could be raised or lowered depending on the animal's behavioral state. Analysis of melanosomes preserved in the skin of this exceptional Psittacosaurus specimen has revealed that the animal possessed countershading, a color pattern in which the upper surfaces are darker than the lower surfaces. This type of coloration is common in modern animals living in forested environments, where it helps to counteract the effects of overhead lighting and makes the animal less visually conspicuous to predators. The presence of countershading in Psittacosaurus suggests it inhabited areas with substantial tree cover, spending its time on the forest floor browsing on low vegetation. The diet of Psittacosaurus consisted primarily of plant material, which the animal cropped using its powerful beak and then processed with batteries of grinding teeth located in its cheeks. Gastroliths, smooth stones swallowed to aid in grinding food within the digestive system, have been found in the stomach regions of several Psittacosaurus specimens. These stones would have acted like the gizzard stones found in modern birds, helping to break down tough plant material that the teeth alone could not fully process. The presence of gastroliths suggests that Psittacosaurus was capable of consuming relatively fibrous or tough vegetation. Moving northward to the Arctic regions of North America, we encounter Pachyrhinosaurus lacustae, a large ceratopsian that lived in what is now Alberta, Canada, approximately 73 to 69 million years ago. This animal measured approximately 5 to 8 meters in length and weighed between 2 and 4 tons, making it one of the larger members of the ceratopsian family. What distinguished Pachyrhinosaurus from most other horned dinosaurs was the absence of prominent horns on its skull, which were replaced by thick, flattened bosses of bone that gave the animal its name, which translates to thick-nosed lizard. The nasal boss of Pachyrhinosaurus was a massive, roughened pad of bone, occupying the position where other ceratopsians bore horns. This structure varied considerably between individuals, with some specimens showing relatively flat bosses, while others possessed more raised and rugose structures. The variation suggests that these bosses continued to grow and change shape throughout the animal's life, perhaps becoming more elaborate as individuals reached full maturity. The function of these bosses has been interpreted as serving in head-pushing contests between individuals, similar to the behavior seen in modern musk oxen or bighorn sheep. The frill of Pachyrhinosaurus was relatively short and bore an assortment of spikes and knobs around its margin, creating a distinctive silhouette. Some individuals possessed tall, blade-like spikes projecting from the center of the frill, while others showed more modest ornamentation. This variation may reflect sexual dimorphism, individual variation, or differences between the multiple species of Pachyrhinosaurus that have been described. The bone texture of the bosses and frill ornaments shows evidence of extensive remodeling, supporting the interpretation that these structures were regularly used in physical contests. The environment inhabited by Pachyrhinosaurus was a coastal plain adjacent to the western interior seaway, with a climate considerably warmer than modern Alaska despite the high latitude. Fossil deposits containing Pachyrhinosaurus show evidence of seasonal flooding, and multiple bone beds containing dozens or even hundreds of individuals suggest that these animals traveled in large herds and occasionally suffered mass mortality events. The social behavior implied by these aggregations would have been complex, with herd structures potentially including dominance hierarchies maintained through head-pushing contests using the nasal bosses. Among the most distinctive dinosaurs in terms of cranial ornamentation are the hadrosaurs, commonly known as duck-billed dinosaurs, many of which possessed elaborate hollow crests that served as resonating chambers. Parasaurolophus walkeri exemplifies this group with its extraordinarily long, backward-sweeping crest that extended behind the skull for lengths up to 1.8 meters. This dinosaur lived in what is now Alberta, Canada, during the late Cretaceous period approximately 76 million years ago, and it measured approximately 9.5 meters in length with an estimated weight of 2.5 tons. The crest of Parasaurolophus is formed by elongated nasal bones that curve backward from the skull in a graceful arc. Inside this structure runs a complex system of air passages that connect the nostrils to the respiratory system. These passages are not straight, but instead follow a convoluted path that extends up through the crest, loops back toward the tip, and then returns down toward the skull before connecting to the throat. This elaborate plumbing system has been interpreted as serving multiple functions, with the most widely accepted being sound production. Studies using computed tomography scanning and computer modeling have allowed researchers to estimate the acoustic properties of the Parasaurolophus crest. These analyses suggest that when air was blown through the nasal passages, the crest would have acted as a resonating chamber, producing low-frequency sounds somewhat similar to those produced by a trombone or other brass instrument. The exact frequency would have varied depending on the size of the individual, with larger animals producing deeper tones. This would have allowed Parasaurolophus to communicate across considerable distances, perhaps maintaining contact between herd members or advertising territory. The crest shape varied between different species of Parasaurolophus, with some possessing long, straight crests, while others had shorter, more curved structures. This variation supports the interpretation that the crests served not only for sound production, but also for visual display and species recognition. The outer surface of the crest may have been brightly colored or patterned, enhancing its visibility during social interactions. Sexual dimorphism in crest size and shape has been suggested for some specimens, though conclusively identifying sex in fossil dinosaurs remains challenging. The body plan of Parasaurolophus was typical of hadrosaurs, with powerful hind limbs capable of supporting the animal during bipedal locomotion and well-developed forelimbs that allowed for quadrupedal walking when desired. The tail was deep and laterally compressed, suggesting it may have been used for swimming, and indeed, hadrosaurs are often found in deposits representing river or coastal environments. The diet consisted of plant material processed by dental batteries containing hundreds of tiny teeth that formed grinding surfaces capable of breaking down even tough vegetation. Another crested hadrosaur from the same region and time period is Corythosaurus casuarius, which possessed a different style of cranial ornamentation than Parasaurolophus. The crest of Corythosaurus was tall and rounded, rising vertically from the skull in a shape that early researchers thought resembled a Corinthian helmet, giving the animal its name, which means helmet lizard. This dinosaur measured approximately 7.5 to 9 meters in length and weighed roughly 3.5 to 4 tons. The internal structure of the Corythosaurus crest was similar to that of Parasaurolophus, in that it contained elaborate air passages, though the configuration was different due to the distinct external shape. The nasal passages entered the crest from the nostrils, expanded into large chambers within the crest structure, and then descended back down to connect with the throat. This arrangement would have produced different acoustic properties than those of Parasaurolophus, with Corythosaurus likely capable of producing somewhat higher-pitched calls due to the shorter length of the resonating chambers. Numerous specimens of Corythosaurus have been discovered, including several with exceptional preservation that has allowed detailed study of the animal's anatomy. Some specimens preserve skin impressions, showing that the body was covered in small polygonal scales that varied in size across different body regions. The hands bore small webs between the fingers, supporting the interpretation that Corythosaurus spent considerable time in or near water. The presence of osmundaceous ferns, which typically grow in wet environments, in the stomach region of one specimen, further supports an aquatic or semi-aquatic lifestyle. The crest of Corythosaurus showed considerable variation in size and shape between individuals, with some specimens possessing tall, prominent crests, while others had lower, more streamlined structures. This variation likely reflects both sexual dimorphism and ontogenetic change, with crests growing and changing shape as animals matured. Juvenile Corythosaurus possessed very small crests that would have produced different sounds than adult crests, potentially allowing age-based acoustic communication within herds. Lambeosaurus lambe represents another variation on the hollow-crested Hadrosaur theme, possessing a crest structure that combined a forward-projecting blade with a backward-pointing spike. This dinosaur lived in Alberta during the late Cretaceous, approximately 76 to 75 million years ago, and measured roughly 9.5 meters in length, with an estimated weight of 5 to 7 tons. The name honors Lawrence Lamb, a pioneering Canadian paleontologist who made numerous important contributions to the study of dinosaurs. The crest of Lambeosaurus consisted of two distinct components: the hollow portion that contained the nasal passages and served for sound production, and the solid spike that projected backward. The functional significance of this two-part structure has been debated, with suggestions including enhanced acoustic properties, improved visual display capabilities, or structural support for display tissues. The hollow portion would have functioned similarly to the crests of other Lambeosaurines, producing low-frequency sounds useful for communication. Different species of Lambeosaurus possessed distinctly shaped crests, allowing paleontologists to distinguish between them based on cranial characteristics. Some species had relatively small crests with short spikes, while others possessed enormous structures that dramatically altered the animal's head profile. This diversity suggests that crest morphology was under strong selective pressure, likely driven by the importance of species recognition and mate selection. In environments where multiple Hadrosaur species coexisted, distinctive crest shapes would have prevented wasteful hybridization attempts between incompatible species. The lifestyle of Lambeosaurus was similar to that of other hadrosaurs, involving feeding on abundant plant material in coastal and riverine environments. These animals were likely migratory, following seasonal changes in vegetation availability, and possibly traveling considerable distances between feeding and nesting grounds. The social structure appears to have been complex, with evidence suggesting that hadrosaurs formed large herds that may have numbered in the hundreds or even thousands of individuals during migrations. In the far eastern reaches of the late Cretaceous world, in what is now Russia, lived Olorotitan aharensis, another crested hadrosaur with its own distinctive cranial ornamentation. This dinosaur dates to approximately 66 million years ago, making it one of the last surviving hadrosaurs before the mass extinction that ended the Mesozoic era. Olorotitan measured approximately 8 meters in length and possessed a tall, fan-shaped crest that rose dramatically from the top of its skull. The name Olorotitan means giant swan, referencing both the animal's size and the graceful curve of its neck, which contained an unusual 18 cervical vertebrae rather than the 15 typically found in hadrosaurs. This elongated neck would have allowed Olorotitan to reach higher into vegetation than its relatives, potentially giving it access to food sources that other hadrosaurs could not exploit. The crest was hollow and contained the typical hadrosaur air passages, though its fan-like shape would have produced unique acoustic properties. The discovery of Olorotitan in Russia's Amur region demonstrated that elaborate hadrosaurs were not restricted to North America, but had spread across the northern hemisphere by the end of the Cretaceous period. The animal lived in a coastal floodplain environment with extensive wetlands and abundant vegetation. The preservation of the skeleton was exceptional, with approximately 75% of the bones recovered, making Olorotitan one of the most complete dinosaur skeletons from Russia. The skull of Olorotitan shows some unusual features beyond the distinctive crest, including a particularly robust lower jaw that suggests powerful bite forces. The dental batteries contained hundreds of teeth arranged in multiple vertical rows, creating an efficient grinding surface for processing fibrous plant material. The animal was probably capable of feeding on both tough, woody vegetation and softer aquatic plants, depending on availability and seasonal factors. Edmontosaurus regalis represents a different approach to hadrosaur cranial structure, possessing no hollow crest at all, but instead having a relatively flat skull with a broad, duck-like bill. This dinosaur was among the largest hadrosaurs, measuring up to 13 meters in length and weighing as much as 4 tons. It lived across western North America during the latest Cretaceous period, approximately 73 to 66 million years ago, surviving up to the very end of the dinosaur era. The skull of Edmontosaurus was proportionally large and possessed an especially broad bill that would have been useful for gathering large quantities of vegetation. The dental batteries were extensive, containing more than 1,000 individual teeth that formed continuous grinding surfaces. These teeth were constantly replaced throughout the animal's life, with new teeth growing in from below to replace those worn down by use. This allowed Edmontosaurus to process even very abrasive plant material without losing grinding efficiency. One of the most remarkable discoveries related to Edmontosaurus is the preservation of mummified specimens showing extensive skin and soft tissue. These rare fossils reveal that the skin was covered in small, regularly arranged scales, and that the hands and feet bore thick pads that would have helped support the animal's weight. Most extraordinarily, some specimens show evidence for a fleshy crest or comb running along the top of the head and neck, a soft tissue structure that left no trace on the bones but was preserved in mummified specimens. This fleshy crest discovery fundamentally changed our understanding of Edmontosaurus' appearance and behavior. Rather than being a relatively plain animal lacking the showy ornamentation of crested hadrosaurs, Edmontosaurus possessed its own elaborate display structure that simply happened to be composed entirely of soft tissue. The crest may have been brightly colored and could potentially have been inflated or expanded during display behaviors, creating a visual signal despite the absence of bony support structures. The environment inhabited by Edmontosaurus was a coastal lowland with extensive river systems and seasonal variations in vegetation availability. Evidence suggests these animals undertook migrations, moving between different regions to follow food resources and possibly traveling to specific nesting grounds for reproduction. Some bone beds contain numerous Edmontosaurus individuals, supporting the interpretation that these animals traveled in herds and occasionally suffered mass mortality during floods or other catastrophic events. Another flat-headed hadrosaur with distinctive features is Griposaurus monumentensis, which lived in Utah during the late Cretaceous, approximately 75 million years ago. This dinosaur measured roughly 8 meters in length and possessed a pronounced arching of the nasal bones that created a prominent bump on its face, giving the animal its name, which means hook-nosed lizard. This nasal arch was formed entirely of solid bone and thus could not have served for sound production, instead likely functioning as a visual display structure or possibly playing a role in intraspecific combat. The skull of Griposaurus was robust, with a powerful jaw structure adapted for processing tough vegetation. The bill was broad but not as wide as in Edmontosaurus, and the dental batteries contained fewer teeth, arranged in a slightly different configuration. These differences in feeding apparatus suggest that Griposaurus may have specialized on somewhat different plant types than its contemporaries, allowing multiple hadrosaur species to coexist by partitioning available food resources. The nasal arch of Griposaurus varied in prominence between individuals, with some specimens showing a relatively modest structure, while others possessed a dramatic bump that significantly altered the skull profile. This variation may reflect sexual dimorphism, with one sex perhaps possessing more elaborate ornamentation than the other. Alternatively, the variation could represent ontogenetic changes, with the arch becoming more prominent as animals matured. The bone texture of the nasal region shows evidence of extensive vascularization, suggesting the area was covered with thickened skin, or possibly a keratinous sheath that enhanced its appearance. Fossil sites containing Griposaurus have yielded numerous specimens, providing good information about the animal's anatomy and variation. The body proportions were typical for hadrosaurs, with powerful hind limbs, well-developed forelimbs capable of supporting weight during quadrupedal walking, and a deep tail that may have aided in swimming. The animal inhabited river valleys and coastal plains, where abundant vegetation supported large populations of herbivorous dinosaurs. Among the most unusual hadrosaur crests is that possessed by Syntaiosaurus spinorinus, a Chinese species from the late Cretaceous, approximately 84 to 71 million years ago. Early reconstructions of this dinosaur showed it with a long, forward-projecting spike rising from between its eyes like a unicorn horn, an interpretation that was met with considerable skepticism by other paleontologists. Subsequent discoveries and careful analysis of the original specimens revealed that the supposed horn was actually part of the backward-sweeping crest that had been displaced during fossilization and incorrectly restored. The actual crest of Syntaiosaurus was hollow and contained the nasal passages typical of Lambeosaurian hadrosaurs, though its exact shape remains somewhat uncertain due to crushing of the available specimens. Current reconstructions show a crest that arches backward from the skull with a distinctive profile, though not as dramatically unusual as early interpretations suggested. The animal measured approximately 10 meters in length and would have been among the larger hadrosaurs. Syntaiosaurus lived in what is now Shandong Province in eastern China, in an environment that included both coastal and inland components. The fossil locality has yielded numerous dinosaur species representing diverse ecological roles, suggesting a rich and productive ecosystem. The presence of hollow-crested hadrosaurs in Asia demonstrates that this group achieved a nearly global distribution during the late Cretaceous, with similar forms evolving on both sides of the Pacific. The discovery of Hadrosaur remains in China expanded our understanding of dinosaur biogeography and raised questions about how these animals dispersed between continents. During the Cretaceous period, land connections between Asia and North America existed at various times via the Bering Land Bridge, allowing dinosaur populations to move between continents. The similarities between Asian and North American hadrosaurs suggest that gene flow was maintained between these populations, preventing reproductive isolation and speciation despite the geographic separation. The science of paleontology never sleeps. While the great museums of the world display their prized specimens and popular culture continues to recycle the same familiar names, scientists in laboratories and field sites across the globe are constantly expanding our understanding of dinosaur diversity. Every year brings new discoveries, new species named from fossils that may have languished in museum drawers for decades or emerged freshly from the earth. The years 2024 and 2025 have proven particularly fruitful, with new dinosaurs described from every continent where they once lived, from China to Spain, from Japan to Argentina. These recent discoveries remind us that our knowledge of the dinosaur world remains incomplete, that hundreds of species await discovery in the rocks beneath our feet. Let us begin our journey through these recent discoveries in China, where the Yixian Formation continues to yield remarkable fossils preserved with exceptional detail. In 2025, researchers described Hadrosaurus sinensis, a small feathered theropod that challenges our understanding of carnivorous dinosaur relationships. This creature, known from a nearly complete skeleton measuring approximately 1 meter in length, belongs to a group of small predators similar to the famous Compsognathus. The name Hadrosaurus translates to birthday lizard, honoring the 70th anniversary of the founding of the academic divisions of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The species name, sinensis, simply means from China, a common epithet for species discovered in that fossiliferous nation. What makes Hadrosaurus particularly fascinating is what paleontologists found preserved within its body cavity. Fragmentary bones of small mammals, including early eutherians and eutriconodonts, were discovered in the abdominal region, indicating that this small predator swallowed its mammalian prey whole. The bones were disarticulated but well preserved, suggesting that the meals had been recently consumed before the dinosaur met its own demise. This direct evidence of predation provides a rare window into the ecological interactions of the early Cretaceous, showing us that small feathered dinosaurs actively hunted the mammals that would one day inherit the Earth after the dinosaurs' extinction. The preservation of filamentous integument around the tail of Hadrosaurus confirms that this predator was feathered, adding to the growing evidence that feathers were widespread among small theropod dinosaurs. Previous studies of specimens now assigned to Hadrosaurus had examined the melanosomes, the cellular structures that contain pigment preserved within these feathers. The presence of spherical phytomelanosomes suggests that at least parts of this dinosaur were chestnut to rufous in color, perhaps reddish-brown bands along its tail, similar to the coloring of modern red pandas or raccoons. The skull of Hadrosaurus shows features that some researchers find intriguing in their similarity to tyrannosauroid characteristics. A prominent surangular shelf on the lower jaw indicates a strong adductor muscle for closing the jaws, suggesting that despite its small size, Hadrosaurus possessed a relatively powerful bite for its body mass. Some paleontologists have even suggested that Hadrosaurus and other small compsognathid-like theropods from the Jehol biota might actually represent juvenile forms of larger contemporary tyrannosauroids, though this hypothesis requires further investigation. Moving from the realm of small feathered predators to the giants that dominated earlier landscapes, we encounter Garumbatitan morelensis, a massive sauropod formerly described in late 2023 with a paper finalized in 2024. This dinosaur roamed what is now the Iberian Peninsula approximately 122 million years ago during the early Cretaceous period. The name Garumbatitan combines a reference to Mola de la Garumba, one of the highest peaks in the region where it was discovered, with titan, the common suffix for large sauropods that references the pre-Olympian gods of Greek mythology. The species name, morelensis, honors both the Achilles de Morella Formation, where it was found, and the nearby town of Morella, which has a long history of producing dinosaur fossils. The fossils of Garumbatitan were discovered at the Sant Antoni de la Vespa site between 2005 and 2008. Representing one of the largest concentrations of sauropod remains from the European early Cretaceous. At least 4 individuals were identified at the site, 3 of which belonged to this new species. One individual stood out for its enormous size, with vertebrae measuring more than 1 meter wide and a femur that could reach 2 meters in length. Perhaps most remarkably, the site yielded 2 nearly complete and articulated feet, an exceptionally rare find in the sauropod fossil record. Feet rarely fossilize in articulation because the many small bones easily scatter after death and decomposition. The foot structure of Garumbatitan reveals unique features that distinguish it from other sauropods. The calcaneum, one of the ankle bones, is entirely absent, a highly unusual condition. The middle 3 metatarsals, the long bones of the foot, are relatively slender compared to the 1st and 5th metatarsals, which are shorter and more robust. The 3rd toe bears a reduced ungual, or claw, and the 4th digit possesses only 3 phalangeal bones. These distinctive features help paleontologists understand how sauropod foot structure evolved, as these animals reached increasingly gigantic sizes, modifying their weight-bearing structures to support bodies that could exceed 50 tons. Garumbatitan belongs to a group called Somphospondyli, one of the most diverse and abundant sauropod lineages during the Cretaceous period, and the group that survived until the very end of the dinosaur age. The primitive features of Garumbatitan suggest that Europe might have been a significant region for the early evolution of this group, though more evidence is needed to confirm this hypothesis. The sauropod fauna of the Iberian Peninsula during this time shows a complex mixture of lineages with both Laurasian and Gondwanan affinities, indicating that dinosaurs dispersed between continents more frequently than previously thought. From Spain, we travel to Japan, where Paralittherizinosaurus japonicus was described in 2022 and represents a significant addition to our understanding of Asian therizinosaurs. This unusual theropod was discovered in the Osushinai Formation of Hokkaido, the northern island of Japan, in sediments dating to the early Campanian age, approximately 72 million years ago. The name translates to reaper reptile by the sea from Japan, combining Greek words for tidal and scythe with a reference to its Japanese origin. The inclusion of tidal in the name is particularly apt, as this is the first Therizinosaur recovered from marine sediments in Asia, suggesting that some of these bizarre dinosaurs were adapted to coastal environments. Therizinosaurs are among the strangest dinosaurs ever discovered. Despite being theropods, the group that includes the great predators like Tyrannosaurus and Allosaurus, Therizinosaurs were primarily herbivorous, using their enormous claws not for killing prey, but for pulling vegetation toward their mouths. The claws of Therizinosaurus, which constitute most of the known fossil material, along with the partial vertebra and hand bones, were slender and elongated, ending in pointed tips that would have been ideal for hooking and pulling branches. The third ungual, or claw bone, was nearly complete and showed features consistent with derived Therizinosaurs, including a shallow depression at the proximal portion that connects to the collateral groove and a weak flexor tubercle. The discovery of Therizinosaurus extends the known temporal and geographic range of Therizinosaurs in Asia. Prior to this find, Therizinosaurs were known primarily from Mongolia and China, with only fragmentary material reported from Japan. The presence of this derived Therizinosaur in marine sediments, combined with a similar find from Utah in North America, suggests that these strange herbivores were more adaptable than previously thought, capable of exploiting coastal resources that other dinosaurs might have ignored. The hook and pull feeding function of their specialized claws would have been just as effective for reaching coastal vegetation as for forest browsing. Crossing over to England, we find Vectidromius insularis, a small ornithopod dinosaur described in 2024 from the Isle of Wight. This diminutive plant eater, whose name means Isle of Wight Runner, represents a new addition to the Hypsilophodontidae, a group of small, agile ornithopods that have historically been poorly understood. The holotype specimen consists of a partial skeleton, including vertebrae, pelvic bones, and leg bones, belonging to a juvenile individual about the size of a house cat. Despite its youth, the specimen shows features that distinguish it from both adult and juvenile Hypsilophodon foxy, the other hypsilophodontid known from the same formation. The differences are subtle but significant. Vectidromius possesses a shorter and deeper posterior iliac blade, a shorter pubic peduncle, a laterally exposed brevis fossa, rectangular ischia rather than the more curved shape seen in Hypsilophodon, and a larger fourth trochanter on the femur. These features indicate that despite superficial similarities, Vectidromius represents a distinct evolutionary lineage within the Hypsilophodontid family. The specimen was found approximately 150 meters below the stratigraphic level where Hypsilophodon specimens typically occur, suggesting that Vectidromius lived somewhat earlier than its more famous relative, perhaps millions of years before. The Isle of Wight has proven to be one of Europe's most productive dinosaur localities, yielding fossils for over 150 years. The discovery of Vectidromius adds to the remarkable diversity of dinosaurs from the Wessex Formation, which includes not just Hypsilophodontids, but also larger iguanodonts, armored dinosaurs, theropods, and even spinosaurids. These small, agile herbivores filled an important ecological role, browsing on low vegetation and relying on their speed and agility to escape predators. Their stiffened tails provided balance during rapid directional changes. while their beaked skulls allowed them to selectively crop the most nutritious plant parts. From the northern reaches of Europe, we journey to Central Asia, where Alpkarakush kyrgyzicus was recently described from Kyrgyzstan. This theropod dinosaur represents one of the few dinosaurs known from this geologically complex region, adding to our understanding of dinosaur distribution across the ancient supercontinent of Laurasia. The name references local geography and mythology, connecting this ancient predator to the cultural heritage of the region where it was discovered. Central Asia remains one of the least explored regions for dinosaur paleontology, largely due to political and logistical challenges, so every new discovery from this area significantly expands our knowledge. In South America, Duchin lechiguanai was described from Argentina, adding another species to the remarkably diverse dinosaur fauna of Patagonia. South American dinosaurs evolved in relative isolation for much of the Mesozoic, as the continent separated from other land masses, and this isolation led to the evolution of unique lineages found nowhere else on Earth. The discovery of Duchin helps paleontologists understand the patterns of evolution and extinction that shaped dinosaur communities in the southern hemisphere, providing comparison points for understanding how dinosaurs diversified on different continents. Another Argentine discovery, Iberania parva, represents a small-bodied dinosaur that fills gaps in our understanding of certain dinosaur lineages. Size diversity within dinosaur groups is an important area of study, as it helps scientists understand how different species partitioned resources and avoided competition. Not all dinosaurs were giants, and the smaller species often played crucial ecological roles as prey animals for larger predators and as seed dispersers for plants. Iberania, though modest in size, provides important information about the structure of late Cretaceous ecosystems in South America. From Spain comes another recent discovery, Protathlitis cincturensis, a spinosaurid theropod that adds to our understanding of this bizarre group of fish-eating predators. Spinosaurids possessed elongated snouts filled with conical teeth, features convergent with modern crocodilians, and well-suited for catching slippery aquatic prey. The discovery of Protathlitis in the Archilus de Morella Formation, the same geological unit that yielded Garumba Titan, shows that early Cretaceous Spain hosted a diverse dinosaur fauna, including both massive sauropods and specialized fish-eating theropods. The presence of spinosaurids in this region indicates the existence of significant water bodies that could support populations of large fish, the primary prey of these unusual predators. The name Protathlitis means first champion, perhaps referencing its significance as one of the first spinosaurids described from the region, or its status as a top predator in its ecosystem. Spinosaurids are known from Europe, Africa, South America, and Asia, showing that this group achieved a nearly worldwide distribution during the early Cretaceous. Their specialized adaptations for aquatic hunting, including dense bones that help them submerge, crocodile-like snouts, and pressure-sensitive pits on their snouts similar to those of crocodilians, show convergent evolution with other aquatic predators. These newly discovered species represent merely a fraction of the dinosaurs named in recent years. Every new discovery adds another piece to the puzzle of dinosaur evolution, another data point for understanding how these remarkable animals diversified, dispersed, and adapted to changing environments. Some of these new species fill gaps in the fossil record, connecting previously isolated lineages. Others reveal entirely unexpected combinations of features that challenge our understanding of dinosaur evolution. Still others extend the geographic or temporal range of known groups, showing that dinosaurs were more widespread and long-lasting than previous evidence suggested. The rate of dinosaur discovery shows no signs of slowing. New fossil sites continue to be found, from the frozen tundra of Alaska to the desert badlands of Mongolia, from the coastal cliffs of England to the mountain slopes of Patagonia. Museum collections hold countless specimens that have never been fully studied, waiting for the right expert to recognize their significance. New technologies, including CT scanning, computational phylogenetics, and even artificial intelligence, are revealing information from fossils that would have been invisible to earlier generations of paleontologists. What unites all these recent discoveries is the reminder that our knowledge of dinosaurs, despite a century and a half of intensive study, remains incomplete. For every species we know, there are probably dozens that remain undiscovered, their fossils buried in rocks we have not yet explored or eroded away before anyone could find them. The dinosaurs that do fossilize represent only a tiny fraction of the individuals that lived, and the fossils that survive to be discovered represent an even smaller fraction. Yet from these fragmentary remains, scientists can reconstruct entire worlds, understanding not just what these animals looked like, but how they behaved, what they ate, how they grew, and how they fit into their ecosystems. The newly discovered dinosaurs of 2024 and 2025 continue this tradition of revelation. From the feathered mammal hunter Hadrosaurus to the massive titan Garambatitan, from the coastal scythe-clawed Therizinosaurus to the nimble runner Vectidromius, each species tells its own story of adaptation and survival. They remind us that the Mesozoic world was far more diverse than the handful of famous names suggests, that thousands of species evolved, thrived, and eventually vanished, leaving only their bones as testament to their existence. And they remind us that paleontology is not a finished science, not a closed book of knowledge, but a living discipline where new discoveries can overturn old assumptions and reveal wonders we never imagined. As paleontologists continue their work in field sites and laboratories around the world, we can expect many more new species to emerge from the rocks in the coming years. Each one will add to our understanding. Each one will tell its own unique story, and each one will remind us of the incredible diversity of life that flourished during the age of dinosaurs. The frontier of discovery remains endless, bounded only by the patience required to extract fossils from stone and the imagination needed to reconstruct life from bone. The history of predatory dinosaurs extends far beyond the familiar names that dominate popular culture. While Tyrannosaurus rex and Velociraptor command public attention, dozens of equally remarkable predators evolved strategies for survival that were just as sophisticated, just as deadly, and in many cases far more unusual. What follows is an exploration of 12 carnivorous dinosaurs that defied conventional predatory templates, developing adaptations that ranged from the aquatic to the bizarre, from the subtle to the extreme. These are the hunters that paleontology has revealed, but that popular imagination has largely overlooked. Each one a testament to evolution's capacity for experimentation within the constraints of the theropod body plan. In the annals of paleontological mystery, Few creatures have captivated imaginations quite like Deinocheirus mirificus. For nearly 5 decades, this dinosaur existed in scientific literature as little more than a pair of enormous arms. Discovered in 1965 in Mongolia's Gobi Desert, those initial fossil fragments consisted primarily of forelimbs, measuring 2.4 meters in length, each terminating in 3 fingers, bearing claws that curved like medieval scythes. For decades, paleontologists could only imagine what body supported such appendages. Some envisioned a super predator that would dwarf Tyrannosaurus. The truth, revealed through discoveries in 2006 and 2009, proved stranger than any speculation. Deinocheirus was enormous, measuring approximately 11 meters in length and weighing up to 6.4 metric tons. But it was no conventional predator. The complete skeleton revealed a humpbacked giant with a sail running along its spine and a skull showing a deep, rounded lower jaw, reminiscent of a hadrosaur. This was the broad bill of an omnivore. Living in ancient river systems of late Cretaceous Mongolia approximately 70 million years ago, Deinocheirus waded through shallow waters and marshlands, using its enormous arms not for killing, but for gathering. Those fearsome claws served to rake aquatic vegetation from river bottoms and pull down branches. Analysis of preserved stomach contents revealed fish scales and gastroliths, confirming this aquatic omnivore spent much of its time partially submerged, while its remarkable arms served as living rakes. The story of Baryonyx walkeri begins in an English clay pit, where in 1983, amateur fossil hunter William Walker noticed an enormous claw protruding from the sediment. That single claw, measuring 31 centimeters along its outer curve, would revolutionize our understanding of dinosaurian diversity. Baryonyx lived approximately 130 to 125 million years ago. At roughly 9 meters in length and weighing around 1.7 metric tons, its proportions marked it as something entirely different from typical large theropods. The skull of Baryonyx betrays its unusual lifestyle. Elongated and narrow, it resembles a crocodilian snout, measuring nearly a meter in length. The jaws contain approximately 96 teeth, twice the number found in most theropods, conical and finely serrated for gripping slippery prey. The tip of the snout bears a distinctive rosette of teeth, a configuration seen today only in fish-eating crocodilians like the gharial. The heavy claw adorned the first finger of each hand, with forelimbs that were robust and powerfully muscled, resembling the claws of modern grizzly bears that hook salmon from rivers. Direct evidence for this piscivorous lifestyle came from within the skeleton itself, where paleontologists discovered acid-etched fish scales and partially digested bones of a juvenile iguanodon. If Baryonyx represented an unexpected foray into aquatic hunting, then Spinosaurus aegyptiacus represents the complete realization of that evolutionary experiment. At an estimated 14 to 15 meters in length and potentially exceeding 7 metric tons, Spinosaurus was the largest known theropod and perhaps the strangest, a creature that recent discoveries have revealed to be more aquatic than terrestrial. The first specimens were destroyed during Allied bombing raids on Munich in 1944, but 21st century discoveries in Morocco began to flesh out this mysterious giant. The enormous sail rising from its back, formed by neural spines exceeding 1.65 meters in height, created a profile unlike any other dinosaur. Discoveries in 2014 revealed shortened hind limbs relative to its body size, designed not for running, but for swimming. The tail provides the most compelling evidence of aquatic specialization. In 2020, a remarkably complete tail was described, revealing tall neural spines and elongated chevron bones that created a flexible, paddle-like appendage capable of generating significant propulsive force through water. The habitat was the Kem River system of North Africa approximately 95 million years ago, where giant sawfish, enormous coelacanths, and car-sized lungfish provided abundant prey. Bone density analysis revealed unusually dense and compact bones, providing negative buoyancy and allowing spinosaurs to submerge more easily. In the sun-scorched badlands of Niger, another spinosaurid giant once prowled ancient waterways. Suchomimus tenerensis, the crocodile mimic, represents a sister lineage to Spinosaurus. Discovered in 1997, Suchomimus immediately drew attention for its remarkable skull, measuring over 1.2 meters in length, even more elongated and narrow than that of Baryonyx. The jaws bristled with approximately 122 teeth, more than any other known theropod. At roughly 11 meters in length and weighing approximately 3.8 metric tons, Suchomimus possessed an impressive thumb claw, measuring 19 centimeters along the outer curve and a low ridge of elongated neural spines along its back. The anatomy suggests a predator that spent considerable time in and around water, but was perhaps less fully aquatic than Spinosaurus, with hind limbs more typically theropod in proportion. Among the unusual theropods that evolution produced, few possess the sheer visual impact of Carnotaurus sastri. This Argentine predator earned its name, meat-eating bull, through the most distinctive feature any large theropod ever possessed: a pair of thick, conical horns projecting above its eyes. Discovered in 1984 by José Bonaparte, Carnotaurus immediately stood out as exceptional, with the single known specimen preserving not only the skeleton, but extensive skin impressions. At approximately 8 to 9 meters in length and weighing around 1.5 metric tons, Carnotaurus possessed unusual proportions. The skull was remarkably short and deep, compressed front to back with thick, solid horns rising from the frontal bones. The arms were even more extremely diminished than those of Tyrannosaurus rex, so reduced as to be virtually immobile. This extreme arm reduction indicates a predator that had evolved to rely entirely on its skull for prey capture, using speed and bite force. The legs were long and powerfully muscled, with evidence suggesting this was one of the fastest large theropods, perhaps exceeding 50 kilometers per hour in short bursts. The preserved skin impressions reveal non-overlapping pebbly scales with larger conical feature scales, running in parallel rows along the sides. On the island of Madagascar, evolution took an even darker turn within the abelisaurid lineage. Majungasaurus crenatissimus, which lived approximately 70 million years ago, was not merely an apex predator, but a cannibal. At roughly 7 meters in length, Majungasaurus was the dominant predator of its island realm. The environment of Cretaceous Madagascar was challenging, with seasonal droughts and fluctuating resources. During dry periods, death came to many. It is in this context of scarcity that cannibalistic behavior evolved. Multiple specimens show distinctive tooth marks that match perfectly with Majungasaurus's own uniquely shaped teeth. These marks appear on bones throughout the body, indicating thorough consumption rather than mere scavenging. In some cases, the tooth marks are so numerous that deliberate hunting seems the only explanation. Island ecosystems often produce unusual evolutionary outcomes due to limited resources. On Madagascar, Majungasaurus was effectively the only large predator. When drought reduced prey populations, the largest remaining source of meat would have been other Majungasaurus individuals, a crucial survival strategy allowing populations to persist through lean times. While its abelisaurid relatives were evolving horns and becoming cannibals, another member of this family was developing a different strategy. Rugops primus, the first wrinkle face, discovered in Niger in 2000, presents one of the most puzzling mysteries. A large theropod with a skull seemingly designed for anything but predation. Living approximately 95 million years ago, Rugops measured around 6 to 8 meters in length. The skull bones were unusually thin and delicate, covered in numerous pits and grooves, indicating extensive vascularization. These features may have anchored extensive display structures, perhaps colorful skin flaps, or keratinous ornaments representing a significant investment in social functions. The teeth were relatively small and not particularly robust. These anatomical oddities have led many paleontologists to conclude that Rugops was primarily a scavenger rather than an active hunter. Deep in Patagonian sediments dating to approximately 95 million years ago, another abelisaurid reveals diverse approaches this theropod family took toward predation. Scorpiovenata bustingori, the scorpion hunter, earned its dramatic name from the abundance of scorpions found at its discovery site in Argentina. At roughly 6 meters in length and weighing approximately 1.7 metric tons, Scorpiovenata was a medium-sized predator, built with proportions suggesting particular hunting efficiency. The skull showed ridges and protuberances above the eyes and along the snout, bony ornamentations that would have given Scorpiovenator a rugose, almost craggy appearance. The discovery in 2008 provided one of the most complete abelisaurid skeletons ever found, with nearly 60% recovered. The vertebral column reveals remarkable adaptations for stability during running, with tail vertebrae possessing interlocking articulations, providing stability necessary for rapid acceleration and tight turns. Sometimes a single bone can reshape our understanding of an entire group of animals. When paleontologists in 1998 described Megaraptor namunhuayki from Argentina's late Cretaceous sediments, they based their interpretation largely on an enormous claw measuring nearly 40 centimeters along its outer curve. Naturally, they assumed this claw came from the foot, suggesting Megaraptor was a giant dromaeosaurid. However, subsequent discoveries revealed the truth to be stranger. That enormous claw came not from the foot, but from the hand. At approximately 8 to 9 meters in length, Megaraptor was indeed a giant, but its proportions differed markedly from dromaeosaurids. The forelimbs were robust and elongated, bearing 3 fingers tipped with formidable claws. These arms were not reduced, but were instead primary weapons, grasping, slashing tools that could have inflicted devastating wounds on prey. This anatomy suggests a hunting style unlike any other large theropod, with Megaraptor likely using its long arms to reach out and grasp prey. Those enormous claws could have opened arteries or punctured vital organs with single strokes. Not all unusual predators were giants. Psittacosaurus knopfleri, discovered in Madagascar's late Cretaceous deposits, measured only about 2 meters in length. Yet this small predator possessed one of the strangest dental arrangements ever seen in a dinosaur. The name honors musician Mark Knopfler of Dire Straits, as the paleontological team reportedly enjoyed better fossil hunting luck when his music was playing. The discovery in 2001 immediately attracted attention for one extraordinary feature. The front teeth projected almost horizontally forward from the snout. This unique dentition sets Psittacosaurus apart from virtually all other theropods. While most predatory dinosaurs possessed teeth that pointed downward or slightly backward, the front teeth of Psittacosaurus jutted forward at angles approaching 90 degrees from vertical. The first few teeth in both upper and lower jaws were long, conical, and hooked, creating a basket-like structure at the front of the snout. The consensus view is that Psittacosaurus was a specialized predator, likely feeding on fish, insects, or other small prey that required quick, precise strikes. The rest of the jaw bore more typical theropod teeth, suitable for processing prey once captured. If any single dinosaur encapsulates the capacity of evolution to produce the unexpected, it is Therizinosaurus cheloniformis. This creature possessed the longest claws of any known animal, massive scythe-like structures measuring up to 70 centimeters along the outer curve. When first discovered, they were so unusual that paleontologists initially classified them as turtle ribs. Mounted on fingers and supported by arms reaching over 2 meters in length, these weapons appeared designed for killing. When Therizinosaurus was first described in 1954, its placement within Theropoda seemed to confirm its predatory nature. Reality, as later discoveries revealed, was far stranger. Therizinosaurus was indeed a theropod, but it belonged to a group that had abandoned the predatory lifestyle of their ancestors. These dinosaurs had evolved into herbivores or omnivores, and those fearsome claws served purposes very different from killing. At an estimated 9 to 10 meters in length and potentially weighing 5 tons, Therizinosaurus was substantial, with a body likely rotund for housing the extensive digestive system required for processing plant material. The claws served as feeding tools, hooking branches to bring otherwise inaccessible vegetation within reach, stripping bark from trees, and excavating roots and tubers from soil. Defense represents another crucial function, as those enormous claws would have made any predator think twice before attacking. In the hierarchy of giant theropod predators, certain names resonate with power and terror. While Tyrannosaurus rex claims fame in the Northern Hemisphere, South America produced its own super predator, Giganotosaurus carolinii, a creature whose size rivaled or possibly exceeded the tyrant lizard king. Discovered in 1993 in Argentina's Candeleros Formation, Giganotosaurus immediately shattered records. At approximately 12.5 to 13 meters in length and weighing between 6 and 8 metric tons, this was a theropod that approached the maximum size limit for terrestrial bipedal predators. Yet, Giganotosaurus was built along very different lines than Tyrannosaurus. As a member of the Carcharodontosauridae family, it descended from different theropod ancestors and evolved different hunting adaptations. The skull was relatively narrow, and equipped with blade-like teeth suited for slicing rather than crushing. These teeth were laterally compressed and finely serrated, optimized for removing large chunks of flesh rather than breaking bones. Perhaps most significantly, multiple Giganotosaurus individuals have been found at single localities, suggesting some degree of social behavior. The ecosystem included enormous sauropods, titanosaurs that could exceed 30 meters in length and weigh more than 50 tons. Taking down such giants would have been nearly impossible for a single predator, but coordinated groups might have succeeded through inflicting massive bleeding wounds, with multiple attackers coordinating strikes to bring down even the largest titanosaurs. The evolutionary pressures of the Mesozoic era produced two seemingly opposite responses to the challenges of survival. Some dinosaurs became living fortresses, encasing themselves in elaborate armor that transformed them into nearly invulnerable tanks, while others abandoned the land entirely, adapting their bodies for life in the water with modifications so extreme they barely resembled their terrestrial ancestors. What unites these apparently disparate groups is their commitment to specialization, their willingness to invest everything in a particular survival strategy. The armored ankylosaurs represented the endpoint of defensive evolution, creatures so heavily protected that they could afford to move slowly and graze peacefully even in environments teeming with predators. The aquatic specialists, meanwhile, discovered that water offered its own form of protection and abundance, leading them to develop streamlined bodies, swimming adaptations, and feeding strategies unlike anything seen in other theropods. Together, these 8 species demonstrate the extraordinary range of body plans that dinosaurs were capable of evolving. Among the most extraordinary fossil discoveries of recent years is Borealopelta markmicheli, a nodosaurid ankylosaur from the early Cretaceous of Alberta, Canada, dating to approximately 110 million years ago. What makes this specimen truly exceptional is not merely its completeness, but the unprecedented preservation of soft tissues, armor, and even traces of the animal's original coloration. When the fossil was discovered in 2011 by heavy equipment operator Sean Funk at the Suncor Millennium Mine, it represented a paleontological treasure unlike almost anything found before. Borealopelta measured approximately 5.5 meters in length and weighed roughly 1.3 metric tons, making it a medium-sized member of the nodosaurid family. The preservation is so extraordinary that the fossil looks more like a sculpture of a sleeping dinosaur than a typical flattened skeleton. The three-dimensional preservation of the armor allows us to see exactly how the osteoderms were arranged across the body, providing insights into ankylosaur armor that would be impossible to glean from more typical specimens. The armor of Borealopelta consisted of a complex arrangement of osteoderms of varying sizes and shapes. Large keeled plates protected the most vulnerable areas of the back and sides, while smaller polygonal elements filled the spaces between, creating a continuous protective covering. The most dramatic defensive features were the massive shoulder spikes projecting laterally from each side of the body. These spikes measured roughly 50 centimeters in length and would have made attacks from the side extremely hazardous for any predator. The arrangement suggests these spikes could be actively controlled to some degree, oriented toward threats as needed. What truly sets the Borealopelta specimen apart is the preservation of organic compounds that reveal the animal's coloration pattern. Analysis of the fossilized skin shows that Borealopelta possessed countershading, a color pattern in which the upper surfaces are darker than the lower surfaces. This type of coloration is common in modern animals and serves to counteract the effects of overhead sunlight, making the animal less visually conspicuous. The back of Borealopelta was reddish-brown, while the underside was lighter, creating a pattern that would have helped the animal blend into its environment. The presence of countershading in such a heavily armored animal is significant because this type of camouflage is typically seen in animals that need to hide from predators. The fact that Borealopelta, despite its formidable defenses, still invested in camouflage suggests that predation pressure during the early Cretaceous was intense enough that even armored dinosaurs benefited from being difficult to see. The predators of this time and place included large theropods that were clearly capable of threatening even well-defended prey. The skull of Borealopelta was relatively narrow compared to some other ankylosaurs, with a pointed snout that suggests selective feeding behavior. Rather than indiscriminately consuming whatever low-growing vegetation was available, Borealopelta appears to have been capable of choosing specific plants, perhaps targeting the most nutritious or palatable species. The teeth were small and relatively simple, typical of ankylosaurs, indicating that extensive oral processing of food was not part of this animal's feeding strategy. The circumstances of the Borealopelta fossil's preservation are as remarkable as the fossil itself. The specimen was found in marine sediments, indicating that the carcass was swept out to sea, probably by a flooding river. Once in the ocean, the body sank relatively quickly and was buried in fine sediments on the sea floor, protecting it from scavengers and decay. The rapid burial in an oxygen-poor environment allowed for the exceptional preservation of tissues that would normally decompose within days or weeks of death. Living alongside Borealopelta in early Cretaceous Alberta were diverse groups of dinosaurs and other reptiles. The environment was a coastal plain with rivers, swamps, and forests, providing habitat for herbivorous dinosaurs, including early ornithopods and various armored forms. Predatory theropods prowled these landscapes, and the skies were filled with pterosaurs. In the waters offshore lived marine reptiles, including plesiosaurs and early mosasaurs, creating an ecosystem of remarkable diversity. Another Asian ankylosaur that showcases the diversity of this group is Minotaurus ramachandrani, known primarily from a remarkably well-preserved skull discovered in Mongolia. The name references both the mythological Minotaur and honors Dr. Vilayanur Ramachandran, a neuroscientist whose work inspired The Describer. Living approximately 70 million years ago, Minotaurosaurus was smaller than many of its relatives, measuring perhaps 4 to 5 meters in length. The skull shows the characteristic ankylosaur features, including extensive fusion of bones and elaborate ornamentation, but with its own distinctive patterns. The nasal region bears prominent horns or horn-like projections, giving the animal a somewhat bull-like appearance that inspired its name. These cranial ornaments were probably used primarily for display rather than defense, allowing individuals to recognize members of their own species and perhaps to assess the quality of potential mates. The armor covering the skull shows a different pattern than that seen in other ankylosaurs. with the osteoderms arranged in a more symmetrical configuration, and some of them forming prominent pyramidal shapes. Another Asian ankylosaur, Saichania chulsanensis, was discovered in the Gobi Desert of Mongolia in rocks dating to approximately 80 to 75 million years ago. The name Saichania means beautiful one in Mongolian, a reference to the exceptional preservation of the first specimens discovered. These fossils included not only the bones, but extensive preservation of the armor, allowing paleontologists to reconstruct the arrangement of osteoderms across the entire body with unusual confidence. Saichania measured approximately 6 to 7 meters in length and possessed particularly elaborate armor compared to many of its relatives. The osteoderms covering the neck and shoulders were especially large and prominent, forming a protective shield that would have made attacks on these vulnerable areas extremely difficult. The skull was heavily armored with large osteoderms fused to the bone surface, and prominent spikes projected from the rear corners of the skull, providing protection for the neck region. The nasal passages of Saichania were remarkably complex, looping through the skull in a convoluted path before reaching the throat. This elaborate nasal anatomy may have served multiple functions, including warming and humidifying inhaled air, which would have been important in the arid environment of late Cretaceous Mongolia. The chambers and passages may also have functioned in vocalization, allowing Saichania to produce resonant calls for communication with other members of its species. The largest of the Asian ankylosaurs was Tarkia gigantea, whose name appropriately means giant brain, though this designation is somewhat ironic, as ankylosaurs in general possessed relatively small brains compared to their body size. Living in Mongolia approximately 70 to 68 million years ago, Tarkia measured approximately 8.5 meters in length, representing the culmination of ankylosaur evolution in Asia. Multiple specimens of Tarkia have been discovered, providing good information about the variation within the species and how the armor changed as animals matured. The tail club of Tarkia was particularly massive, with some specimens showing clubs that rivaled those of the famous Ankylosaurus in size and presumed impact force. The arrangement of the armor across the body showed the typical ankylosaur pattern of larger osteoderms protecting the most vulnerable areas, while smaller elements filled the spaces between. The skull was robustly constructed with elaborate ornamentation, and the teeth, though relatively simple in structure, were numerous enough to allow effective processing of plant material. Not all ankylosaurs possessed the elaborate tail clubs that characterized forms like Tarkia. The Nodosaurids, a related group of armored dinosaurs, took a different approach to defense, emphasizing shoulder spikes and body armor while lacking the distinctive tail clubs of their ankylosaurid cousins. Nodosaurus textilis represents one of the earlier described members of this group, discovered in Kansas in rocks dating to approximately 95 million years ago during the Middle Cretaceous period. The name means knobby lizard, in reference to the numerous bony nodules covering its body. Measuring approximately 4 to 6 meters in length, Nodosaurus was somewhat smaller than the largest ankylosaurs, but still represented a formidable animal. The armor consisted of bands of small osteoderms interspersed with larger plates, creating a flexible yet protective covering across the back and sides. The most distinctive feature was the presence of large spikes projecting from the shoulders, a defensive adaptation that would have made attacks from the side particularly hazardous for predators. These shoulder spikes could measure 30 centimeters or more in length and were firmly attached to the underlying bones, capable of inflicting serious injuries. The skull of Nodosaurus was narrower than that of ankylosaurs like Ankylosaurus, suggesting it may have been more selective in its feeding, cropping specific plants, rather than indiscriminately consuming whatever low-growing vegetation was available. The teeth were small and relatively simple, indicating that extensive chewing was not part of this animal's feeding strategy. Instead, Nodosaurus probably relied on gut fermentation to break down plant material, swallowing vegetation after only minimal oral processing. While the ankylosaurs were perfecting their defensive armor on land, an entirely different group of dinosaurs was exploring the possibilities offered by aquatic environments. The Halscaraptorines represent one of the most unexpected discoveries in recent paleontology, a group of small theropods that had evolved for a semi-aquatic lifestyle in ways that parallel the adaptations seen in modern diving birds and marine mammals. Halscaraptor esquiliae, discovered in Mongolia and described in 2017, exemplifies this remarkable group. Measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length and weighing perhaps 7 kilograms, Halscaraptor was a small dinosaur, but its proportions immediately marked it as unusual. The neck was proportionally long and flexible, similar to that of a modern swan or goose. The snout was elongated and studded with numerous small teeth that projected slightly forward, creating a dental arrangement reminiscent of fish-eating birds and crocodilians. The forelimbs were structured in a way that suggests they functioned as flippers, with the bones showing adaptations for underwater propulsion. Most remarkably, the bones of Halscaraptor show evidence of dense internal structure similar to that seen in diving animals, which need increased bone density to counteract buoyancy and facilitate diving. The hind limbs were robust and positioned in a way that would have made the animal somewhat awkward on land, but well suited for paddling through water. The tail was relatively short for a theropod, another aquatic adaptation that would have reduced drag during swimming. The lifestyle of Halscaraptor was probably similar to that of modern waterfowl or cormorants, spending much of its time in or near water, diving to catch fish and aquatic invertebrates. The long neck would have allowed the animal to strike quickly at prey, while the numerous small teeth ensured that slippery victims could not escape. On land, Halscaraptor would have been relatively slow and vulnerable, motivating it to remain near water where it could escape by diving if threatened. Another recently discovered aquatic theropod is Natovenator polydontus, described in 2022 from Mongolian sediments dating to approximately 72 to 68 million years ago. This dinosaur was slightly smaller than Halscaraptor, measuring roughly 1.2 meters in length, but showed even more extreme adaptations for aquatic life. The name means swimming hunter with many teeth, referencing both its lifestyle and its dental arrangement. The most striking feature of Natovenator is its streamlined body, with a ribcage that was narrow and deep rather than broad and shallow as in typical theropods. This body shape parallels that seen in modern diving birds like penguins and loons, reducing drag during swimming and allowing for more efficient underwater propulsion. The forelimbs were modified into paddle-like structures, and the entire body plan suggests an animal that was more committed to aquatic life than Hadrosaur, possibly spending the majority of its time in water. The teeth of Integumentary were numerous and relatively small, suitable for catching and holding small, slippery prey. The snout was somewhat flattened, possibly an adaptation for detecting prey through pressure-sensitive receptors similar to those found in crocodilians and some aquatic mammals. The neck, while not as elongated as in Hadrosaur, was still longer than in typical theropods, providing reach for striking at prey. The discovery of these aquatic theropods has fundamentally changed our understanding of dinosaur ecology and evolution. Previously, it was assumed that dinosaurs, with their terrestrial ancestry and air-breathing physiology, were fundamentally limited to land-based lifestyles, with only occasional forays into water for feeding or crossing rivers. The Hadrosaurines demonstrate that at least some lineages of theropods were capable of evolving sophisticated aquatic adaptations, becoming as comfortable in water as their ancestors had been on land. Our final aquatic specialist takes us even further back in time and represents not a dinosaur, but an aquatic reptile that showcases another evolutionary experiment with underwater feeding. Atopodentatus unicus lived during the Middle Triassic period, approximately 247 to 237 million years ago in what is now China, long before the first dinosaurs appeared. This creature measured approximately 3 meters in length and possessed one of the strangest skulls ever discovered in any vertebrate. The skull of Atopodentatus was remarkably broad and flat, with the front of the snout bent downward at nearly a 90-degree angle from the rest of the skull. The teeth were arranged in a dense cluster along this downturned snout, creating a structure that resembled nothing so much as a vacuum cleaner attachment or a zipper. These teeth were small and numerous, suitable not for catching prey, but for filtering or scraping. The overall effect was so bizarre that early reconstructions misinterpreted the fossil entirely, and it was only when additional specimens were discovered that the true skull structure became apparent. The feeding strategy of Atopodentatus appears to have involved using its specialized snout to scrape algae and small organisms from rocks, or possibly to filter feed in muddy sediments. The animal would have swum along the bottom of shallow marine environments, using its broad, downturned snout like a rake to harvest food from substrates. The numerous small teeth would have trapped food particles while allowing water and sediment to pass through, functioning somewhat like the baleen plates of modern whales, though on a much smaller scale. The body of Atopodentatus was robust, with well-developed limbs that had been modified into paddles for swimming. The tail was relatively long and flexible, possibly serving as an additional propulsive organ. The overall body plan suggests an animal that was fully aquatic, probably rarely, if ever, emerging onto land. Living in the aftermath of the Permian extinction, the worst mass extinction event in Earth's history, Atopodentatus represents an early attempt by vertebrates to exploit the recovering marine ecosystems, developing specialized feeding strategies to take advantage of resources that other animals were not yet utilizing. The contrast between the armored giants like Ankylosaurus and the aquatic specialists like Hadrosaur and Atopodentatus could hardly be more striking. Yet both represent successful responses to the challenges of survival in dangerous environments. The ankylosaurs chose defense, building armor so complete that they could largely ignore predators and focus their energy on feeding and reproduction. The aquatic specialists chose escape, moving into environments where their terrestrial predators could not follow, and developing the anatomical tools necessary to exploit aquatic food resources. Both strategies worked, allowing these animals to persist for millions of years and to diversify into multiple species, filling different ecological roles. Their eventual extinction came not from any failure of their adaptive strategies, but from the catastrophic environmental changes that ended the Mesozoic era, events so extreme that no amount of armor or aquatic specialization could provide protection. Geography has always been destiny in the story of evolution. Mountains, oceans, deserts, and ice sheets act as barriers that isolate populations, forcing them to adapt to local conditions and preventing genetic exchange with distant relatives. During the Mesozoic era, the continents were arranged very differently than they are today, and the movement of these land masses across the globe created opportunities for dinosaurs to colonize environments ranging from tropical islands to polar regions. Some dinosaurs found themselves isolated on islands where limited resources and reduced competition allowed for strange evolutionary experiments. Others ventured into the most extreme environments on Earth, adapting to conditions that seem incompatible with the popular image of dinosaurs as creatures of warm, lush landscapes. The 12 species that follow demonstrate how geography shaped dinosaur evolution, producing forms that were uniquely suited to their particular corners of the Mesozoic world, from the frozen forests of Antarctica to the isolated islands of Europe and Asia. The story of Musaurus patagonicus begins with one of the most misleading names in all of paleontology. When this dinosaur was first described in 1979, it was based on tiny specimens measuring only about 20 centimeters in length. The name, meaning mouse lizard, seemed perfectly appropriate for such diminutive creatures. However, these specimens were actually hatchlings, or very young juveniles, and subsequent discoveries revealed that adult Musaurus were substantial animals measuring approximately 6 meters in length and weighing perhaps 1.5 metric tons. Living in what is now Argentina during the late Triassic period, approximately 215 to 208 million years ago, Musaurus represents one of the earliest sauropodomorph dinosaurs, a member of the lineage that would eventually give rise to the giant sauropods of the Jurassic and Cretaceous periods. The discovery of numerous individuals of different ages at a single site in Patagonia has provided paleontologists with unprecedented insights into the growth and development of early dinosaurs. The hatchling specimens show proportions very different from those of adults, with relatively large heads, short necks, and limbs adapted for quadrupedal locomotion. As the animals grew, the neck elongated dramatically, the head became proportionally smaller, and the body proportions shifted toward a more bipedal stance, though adults were probably capable of walking on all fours when feeding or moving slowly. This dramatic change in body proportions during growth is called ontogenetic allometry, and it was apparently quite extreme in Musaurus. The most remarkable discovery associated with Musaurus is the evidence for social behavior and parental care. The Patagonian bone bed contains numerous individuals that appear to have died together, including hatchlings, juveniles, and adults. The spatial arrangement suggests that the animals were moving as a cohesive group when disaster struck, possibly during a drought or flood that caused mass mortality. The presence of individuals of different ages traveling together strongly suggests some form of herding behavior and possibly extended parental care, with adults protecting and guiding younger members of the group. The teeth of Mosaurus were leaf-shaped and suitable for processing plant material, though they were relatively simple compared to the elaborate dental batteries that would evolve in later herbivorous dinosaurs. The animal probably spent considerable time each day feeding on whatever vegetation was available in the semi-arid environment of late Triassic Patagonia, which would have included ferns, cycads, and early conifers. The long neck, even in juveniles, allowed access to vegetation at various heights, reducing competition between individuals of different sizes. From the warm environs of Triassic South America, we travel to one of the most unexpected dinosaur habitats ever discovered, the Antarctic continent during the early Jurassic period. Glacialisaurus hammeri lived approximately 190 million years ago in what is now the Transantarctic Mountains, at a time when Antarctica was positioned differently on the globe and experienced a temperate climate rather than the frozen wasteland we know today. Nevertheless, the animal's name, meaning frozen lizard, acknowledges the remarkable fact that dinosaurs once thrived in regions that would later become locked in perpetual ice. Measuring approximately 6.5 meters in length and weighing perhaps 1 metric ton, Glacialisaurus was a moderately sized sauropodomorph, similar in many ways to its relatives from other continents, but showing some distinctive features that may relate to its high-latitude environment. The discovery of this dinosaur in Antarctica demonstrates that even during the early Jurassic, when the continent was not positioned over the South Pole, dinosaurs were capable of surviving in regions that experienced extended periods of winter darkness and relatively cool temperatures. The skeleton of Glacialisaurus shows the typical massospondylid features, including a long neck, relatively small head, and robust limbs. The animal was probably capable of both bipedal and quadrupedal locomotion, walking on 2 legs when moving quickly or traveling long distances, but dropping to all 4s when feeding or resting. The teeth were leaf-shaped with serrated edges, suitable for cropping and processing plant material, and the jaw structure suggests relatively powerful bite forces compared to some other sauropodomorphs. The environment inhabited by Glacialisaurus was a forested floodplain with rivers and seasonal variations in temperature and daylight. During the summer months, the sun would have remained above the horizon for extended periods, allowing abundant plant growth and providing ample food for herbivorous dinosaurs. During winter, however, darkness would have dominated and temperatures would have dropped significantly. How Glacialisaurus coped with these seasonal extremes remains uncertain, but possibilities include migration to more equable regions, hibernation or torpor during the harshest months, or simply enduring the conditions through metabolic adaptations. Perhaps even more remarkable than Glacialisaurus is another Antarctic dinosaur from a later period, Cryolophosaurus ellioti, a large theropod that lived during the early Jurassic, approximately 194 to 188 million years ago. The name means frozen crested lizard, referencing both the Antarctic discovery location and the animal's most distinctive feature, an unusual transverse crest that rose from the skull between the eyes and ran perpendicular to the long axis of the snout. Measuring approximately 6.5 meters in length and weighing roughly 500 kilograms, Cryolophosaurus was a substantial predator and likely the apex carnivore in its Antarctic ecosystem. The crest on its skull was formed by the nasal and lacrimal bones, rising in a distinctive pompadour-like shape that earned the fossil the nickname Elvisaurus among the scientists who discovered it. This crest was almost certainly used for display purposes, perhaps in courtship rituals or territorial disputes, as its delicate structure would have made it unsuitable for combat. The skull of Cryolophosaurus was long and relatively narrow, equipped with blade-like teeth that bore serrations on both front and back edges. These teeth were designed for slicing flesh, and the jaw mechanics suggest that Cryolophosaurus delivered powerful bites capable of removing large chunks of meat from prey. The arms were relatively well developed compared to later large theropods, retaining 4 fingers, though only 3 bore claws. These arms could have been used to grasp prey or to help manipulate carcasses during feeding. The discovery of Cryolophosaurus remains alongside those of a large sauropodomorph suggests that this predator was capable of taking down substantial prey. Whether it actively hunted such animals or primarily scavenged their carcasses remains debatable, though the robust build and powerful jaws suggest Cryolophosaurus was capable of predation. The Antarctic environment during the early Jurassic would have presented unique challenges for a large predator, with seasonal scarcity of prey potentially requiring the animal to build up fat reserves during times of abundance or to engage in seasonal migrations. Antarctica continued to support dinosaur life well into the Cretaceous period, as demonstrated by Antarctopelta olivero RI, an ankylosaur discovered in rocks dating to approximately 74 to 70 million years ago. This armored dinosaur measured approximately 4 meters in length and represents the first definitive ankylosaur discovered on the Antarctic continent. The name honors Argentine geologist Eduardo Olivero, who contributed significantly to Antarctic paleontology. The armor of Antarctopelta included numerous osteoderms of varying sizes, with the largest measuring approximately 8 centimeters across. The arrangement of this armor is not completely known due to the incomplete nature of the fossil, but it appears to have followed the typical ankylosaur pattern of larger keeled plates, protecting vulnerable areas with smaller elements filling the spaces between. The discovery of ankylosaur remains in Antarctica demonstrates that these heavily armored dinosaurs achieved a nearly global distribution during the Cretaceous period. The late Cretaceous Antarctic environment inhabited by Antarctopelta was considerably warmer than today, but still experienced polar conditions, including months of winter darkness. The vegetation consisted of forests dominated by southern beech trees, ferns, and conifers, providing ample food for a herbivore. The presence of predatory theropods in the same deposits suggests that Antarctopelta faced similar threats to its relatives on other continents, though the seasonal scarcity of resources in polar regions may have made these encounters less frequent than in tropical or temperate zones. Shifting our attention now from the southern polar regions to the ancient continent of Australia, we encounter Minmi paravertebra, a small ankylosaur that lived during the early Cretaceous period, approximately 120 to 112 million years ago. Measuring only about 3 meters in length, Minmi was one of the smallest known ankylosaurs, roughly the size of a large dog. The name derives from Minmi Crossing, the locality where the first specimen was discovered. while the species name references distinctive small bones called paravertebrae that ran along the sides of the vertebrae. These paravertebrae, found alongside the vertebrae throughout much of the backbone, are unique to Minmi among all known dinosaurs. Their function remains uncertain, but they may have provided additional muscle attachment sites or helped to stiffen the back, potentially improving the animal's ability to support the weight of its armor while moving quickly. The armor of Minmi consisted of small osteoderms embedded in the skin, covering not only the back and sides, but even the belly, making this one of the most comprehensively armored dinosaurs known. The skull of Minmi was relatively narrow and lacked the prominent horns or spikes seen in many other ankylosaurs, giving the animal a less ornamented appearance. The teeth were small and relatively simple, suitable for processing soft vegetation. Remarkably, one specimen preserves stomach contents that include fragments of plant material, providing direct evidence of diet. The preserved vegetation includes fruits, seeds, and stems, suggesting that Minmi was a selective feeder that chose specific plant parts rather than consuming vegetation indiscriminately. The Australian environment during the early Cretaceous was considerably different from today, with much of the continent covered by forests and intersected by river systems. Minmi shared this environment with various other dinosaurs, including theropods and ornithopods, creating a diverse ecosystem. The small size of Minmi compared to other ankylosaurs may relate to the particular ecological conditions in Australia, or may simply represent a case of insular dwarfism, though Australia was not truly an island during this period. Another Australian dinosaur that showcases the unique fauna of this continent is Motaburosaurus langdoni, a large ornithopod from the Middle Cretaceous period, approximately 112 to 100 million years ago. This animal measured roughly 8 meters in length and weighed approximately 3 tons, making it one of the largest dinosaurs known from Australia. The name honors the town of Mutabura in Queensland, where the first specimen was discovered. The most distinctive feature of Mutaburosaurus was a prominent bulge on the snout, formed by enlarged nasal bones. This structure was hollow, containing enlarged nasal passages that may have functioned as resonating chambers for vocalization. The enlarged nasal region may also have supported an inflatable skin sac used for visual or acoustic display, similar to the structures seen in some modern seals and hoofed mammals. The function of this structure has been compared to that of hadrosaur crests, though the construction is quite different. The teeth of Mutaburosaurus were unusual for an ornithopod, being more blade-like than the typical grinding teeth seen in most members of this group. This dental structure has led to suggestions that Mutaburosaurus may have been omnivorous, supplementing a primarily herbivorous diet with occasional animal protein. Alternatively, the teeth may simply indicate specialization on tougher vegetation than that consumed by other ornithopods. The jaw mechanics suggest powerful shearing motions suitable for cutting through fibrous plant material. The environment of mid-Cretaceous Australia included extensive forests and river systems, though the climate was becoming increasingly arid in some regions. Mutaburosaurus probably inhabited the vegetated areas near rivers and coasts, feeding on the diverse plant life available in these more productive zones. The animal's size would have made it relatively immune to predation from all but the largest theropods, though juveniles would have been more vulnerable. Australia was also home to sauropods, though these giant herbivores were less diverse there than on other continents. Ostrosaurus maculopa represents one of the Australian sauropods, living during the Middle Cretaceous, approximately 115 to 100 million years ago. Known from fragmentary remains, including vertebrae and ribs, Ostrosaurus measured approximately 15 to 20 meters in length, making it a moderately sized sauropod comparable to forms like Camarasaurus. The vertebrae of Ostrosaurus show that it belonged to the Titanosauriform group, an evolutionary lineage that achieved global distribution during the Cretaceous period. The Australian titanosaurs were probably quite similar to their relatives on other continents, with stocky bodies, long necks, and relatively small heads. The fragmentary nature of the fossils prevents detailed reconstruction of Ostrosaurus anatomy, but the animal almost certainly possessed the typical sauropod body plan, adapted for bulk feeding on vegetation. The presence of sauropods in Australia during the Cretaceous is significant because it demonstrates that these giant herbivores persisted on southern continents even as they were declining or absent in many northern regions. The particular environmental conditions in Australia, possibly including lower predation pressure or different vegetation types, may have favored the continued success of sauropods longer than in some other areas. From Australia, we travel to the isolated islands of late Cretaceous Europe, where evolution produced some truly bizarre dinosaurs in response to the unique conditions created by geographic isolation. Balor Bondoc, discovered in Romania in rocks dating to approximately 70 to 66 million years ago, represents one of the strangest predatory dinosaurs ever found. The name means stocky dragon, referencing both Romanian folklore and the animal's unusually robust build. Measuring approximately 2 meters in length and weighing roughly 40 to 50 kilograms, Balor was roughly the size of a large dog, but its proportions were unlike those of any other known theropod. The legs were extremely robust, with shortened lower leg bones, giving the animal a stocky, powerful build, more reminiscent of a wrestler than the gracile proportions typical of most small theropods. Most remarkably, each foot bore not one, but 2 enlarged sickle claws, a unique condition not seen in any other dinosaur. These dual sickle claws, both on the second toe of each foot, were formidable weapons measuring up to 6 centimeters in length. The presence of 2 such claws on each foot, combined with the robust leg musculature, suggests that Balor was a particularly formidable predator for its size, capable of delivering devastating kicks to prey or rivals. The forelimbs were also robust, retaining 2 functional fingers with large claws, creating an animal armed with dangerous weapons on all 4 limbs. The robust build and unique features of Balor are interpreted as results of island evolution. During the late Cretaceous, the region that is now Romania was an island in the Tethys Sea, and the fauna that evolved there showed numerous peculiarities resulting from isolation and adaptation to island conditions. With limited prey diversity and no competition from larger predators, Balor apparently evolved increased robustness and more powerful weapons, becoming the dominant predator of its island ecosystem despite its relatively small size. The same Romanian island fauna that produced Balor also included Telmatosaurus transylvanicus, a hadrosaur that represents one of the few duck-billed dinosaurs known from Europe. Living approximately 70 to to 66 million years ago, Telmatosaurus measured only about 5 meters in length, considerably smaller than most hadrosaurs from other continents. This reduced size is another example of island dwarfism, an evolutionary phenomenon in which animals isolated on islands with limited resources tend to evolve smaller body sizes over time. The skull of Telmatosaurus lacked the elaborate crests seen in many hadrosaurs, possessing instead a relatively flat skull profile similar to that of hadrosaurians like Edmontosaurus. The dental batteries were well developed, containing hundreds of teeth arranged in grinding surfaces, suitable for processing tough vegetation. The animal was probably capable of both bipedal and quadrupedal locomotion, though it likely spent most of its time on all fours while feeding. The discovery of numerous Telmatosaurus specimens, including juveniles, has provided insights into the growth and development of hadrosaurs. The animals showed changes in body proportions as they matured, with juveniles having proportionally larger heads and eyes than adults. The presence of multiple individuals at some sites suggests that Telmatosaurus may have lived in groups, though whether these groups were true herds or simply temporary aggregations remains unclear. Another member of the unusual Romanian island fauna was Pachyrhinosaurus cosmi, a small ceratopsian that represents one of the few horned dinosaurs known from Europe. Living approximately 71 to 65 million years ago, Pachyrhinosaurus measured only about 1 meter in length, making it one of the smallest known ceratopsians. The name honors the village of Ajka in Hungary, where related fossils have been found, and Dr. Ferenc Kozma, a Hungarian geologist. The skull of Pachyrhinosaurus, though incomplete, shows typical ceratopsian features, including a hooked beak and a small frill at the back of the head. The frill was relatively modest compared to those of larger ceratopsians and lacked elaborate ornamentation. The small size and simplified features of Pachyrhinosaurus are consistent with island dwarfism and the general pattern of reduced size and complexity seen in the late Cretaceous European island fauna. The presence of a ceratopsian in Europe during the latest Cretaceous is biogeographically significant because it indicates that these animals, which were extremely diverse in Asia and North America, also managed to reach and colonize European islands. How ceratopsians arrived in this region remains uncertain, but they probably migrated westward from Asia during periods when sea levels were lower and temporary land connections existed. Shifting our attention to Asia, we encounter Coreanosaurus bosniensis, a small ornithopod from the late Cretaceous of South Korea, dating to approximately 80 to 72 million years ago. This dinosaur measured approximately 2.5 meters in length and represents one of the relatively few dinosaurs known from the Korean peninsula. The discovery of Coreanosaurus has helped to illuminate the late Cretaceous fauna of Eastern Asia, a region that was separated from Western Asia by inland seas during much of this period. The skeleton of Coreanosaurus shows typical ornithopod features, including relatively long hind limbs adapted for bipedal running, shorter forelimbs that could be used for manipulating food or for quadrupedal locomotion, and a stiffened tail that served as a counterbalance. The teeth were suitable for processing plant material, with wear patterns indicating that the animal was capable of chewing its food to some degree before swallowing. The animal probably fed on low-growing vegetation, including ferns, cycads, and the flowering plants that were becoming increasingly common during the late Cretaceous. The environment of late Cretaceous Korea included coastal plains, river systems, and forests, providing diverse habitats for dinosaurs and other animals. Pachyrhinosaurus probably inhabited the more open areas, where it could use its speed to escape predators, though it may have retreated to denser vegetation for shelter and when feeding on certain plant types. The relatively small size of Pachyrhinosaurus would have made it vulnerable to a variety of predators, necessitating constant vigilance and the ability to flee quickly when danger appeared. Our final geographic specialist brings us to China, where Sinoceratops juchingensis represents one of the few centrosaurine ceratopsians known from Asia. Living approximately 73 to 70 million years ago, Sinoceratops measured approximately 6 meters in length and weighed roughly 2 tons, making it a substantial animal, though not among the largest ceratopsians. The name means Chinese horned face from Zhucheng, referencing the discovery location in Shandong province. The most distinctive feature of Sinoceratops was its elaborate frill ornamentation, which included numerous projections around the frill margin and a distinctive pattern of circular and oval fenestrae in the frill surface. The nasal horn was relatively low and forward curving, quite different from the tall, straight horns seen in many other ceratopsians. The brow horns were minimal, reduced to small bumps rather than the prominent structures seen in chasmosaurines. The overall effect was a skull profile quite unlike that of most North American ceratopsians, demonstrating that Asian forms evolved their own distinctive patterns of cranial ornamentation. The frill ornamentation of Sinoceratops included knobby projections along the margin that may have been covered with keratin sheaths in life, extending them even further beyond the bone. The surface texture of the frill shows extensive vascularization, suggesting that it was covered with richly supplied skin that may have been brightly colored for display purposes. The frill may have served multiple functions, including species recognition, mate attraction, and thermoregulation, with blood flowing through the extensive vascular system, helping to dissipate excess heat during warm weather. The discovery of Sinoceratops in China is biogeographically significant because centrosaurine ceratopsians were previously known primarily from North America, with only fragmentary evidence for their presence in Asia. The well-preserved Sinoceratops specimens demonstrate that centrosaurians did indeed inhabit Asia, though they apparently never achieved the diversity seen in North America. The animal lived in a coastal environment with rivers and floodplains, sharing its habitat with hadrosaurs, tyrannosaurs, and various other dinosaurs in a rich and productive ecosystem. These 12 species, from the mouse lizard that wasn't of Argentina to the elaborate frilled ceratopsian of China, demonstrate how geography shaped dinosaur evolution in profound ways. Isolation on islands produced dwarfed forms with unusual features, adaptations to island ecology that would have seemed bizarre to their mainland relatives. Polar environments selected for dinosaurs capable of enduring months of darkness and seasonal cold, requiring adaptations that remain imperfectly understood, but that clearly included behaviors and physiologies suited to high latitudes. Continental differences produced distinct faunas, with each major landmass developing its own unique assemblage of dinosaur species that reflected both shared ancestry and local innovation. Geography was not merely a backdrop to the dinosaur story, but an active participant in shaping which forms evolved, where, and what characteristics they needed to survive in their particular corners of the Mesozoic world. As our journey through the forgotten corners of the dinosaur world approaches its conclusion, we encounter 9 species that represent some of the most unexpected discoveries in recent paleontology. These are not merely obscure dinosaurs, but revolutionary finds that have fundamentally challenged our assumptions about what dinosaurs could be and do. Among them are giants that defied the conventions of their families, miniaturized specialists with anatomy so reduced it borders on the bizarre, and predators that filled ecological roles we never suspected existed. Some of these species were described only in the last 2 decades. Their existence, unknown until the 21st century, brought new fossil discoveries and new analytical techniques that revealed secrets hidden in stone for tens of millions of years. Others have been known slightly longer, but remain startling in their implications, forcing us to reconsider entire groups of dinosaurs and the evolutionary pathways they followed. What unites these 9 remarkable animals is their capacity to surprise, to reveal that even after 2 centuries of paleontological research, the age of dinosaurs still holds revelations that can overturn established understanding. Among the most astonishing dinosaur discoveries of recent decades is Gigantoraptor erlianensis, a creature whose very existence seems to violate the expected rules of dinosaur evolution. Discovered in Inner Mongolia in 2005 and formally described in 2007, this Oviraptorosaur measured approximately 8 meters in length, stood roughly 3.5 meters tall at the hip, and weighed an estimated 1.4 to 2 metric tons. To understand why these dimensions are so remarkable requires knowing that Oviraptorosaurs were typically quite small, rarely exceeding 2 or 3 meters in length, and often much smaller. Gigantoraptor lived approximately 85 million years ago during the late Cretaceous period in what is now the Erlian Basin of Inner Mongolia. The environment was a semi-arid landscape with seasonal rivers and sparse vegetation, quite different from the lush forests often associated with dinosaur habitats. In this challenging environment, Gigantoraptor would have been among the largest animals. A bizarre situation for an Oviraptorosaur, given that most members of this group occupied relatively humble positions in their ecosystems. The skeleton of Gigantoraptor shows the characteristic features of Oviraptorosaurs, including a toothless beak, long arms with large claws, and relatively long legs built for speed despite the animal's size. The arms were particularly impressive, measuring roughly 1.5 meters in length and terminating in 3-fingered hands, bearing claws that reached 30 centimeters in length. These arms were clearly not vestigial, but represented functional structures capable of grasping and manipulating objects or prey. The question of what Gigantoraptor ate has generated considerable discussion. Most Oviraptorosaurs appear to have been omnivorous, consuming a mixture of plant material, eggs, small animals, and possibly shellfish. Gigantoraptor probably maintained this generalist diet, using its powerful beak to crack hard foods like nuts or mollusk shells, while also consuming softer items like fruits and small vertebrates. The large size may have allowed access to food sources unavailable to smaller animals, such as vegetation at heights beyond the reach of other herbivores, or the ability to dig for deep buried roots and tubers. The legs of Gigantoraptor were proportionally long and powerfully muscled, suggesting that despite its bulk, this animal was capable of impressive running speeds. Estimates suggest Gigantoraptor could have achieved speeds approaching 50 kilometers per hour, making it one of the fastest large dinosaurs. This combination of size and speed is unusual and suggests that Gigantoraptor faced significant predation pressure despite its bulk, necessitating the ability to flee from threats. At the opposite extreme of body size, we find Mononychus olecranus, a tiny Alvarez-saurid dinosaur from late Cretaceous Mongolia, approximately 70 million years ago. Measuring only about 1 meter in length and weighing perhaps 3.5 kilograms, roughly the size of a chicken, Mononychus possessed one of the most specialized body plans ever evolved by a dinosaur. The name means single claw from the elbow, referencing the animal's most distinctive and puzzling feature. The arms of Mononychus were extremely reduced, measuring only about 10 centimeters in length, yet they were powerfully constructed with massive muscle attachment sites. Each arm terminated not in multiple fingers, but in a single enlarged claw, with the other fingers completely lost. This claw was robust and slightly curved, built like a miniature pickaxe. The shoulder girdle and arm bones show adaptations for powerful digging or striking motions, with the entire forelimb assembly designed for repetitive, forceful impacts. The function of these bizarre arms has been extensively debated. The most widely accepted hypothesis is that Mononychus used them to break into insect colonies, particularly termite mounds or rotting logs containing beetle larvae. The single large claw could penetrate hard substrates, while the powerful shoulder muscles provided the force necessary for repeated strikes. Once an opening was created, Mononychus could have used its long snout to probe inside, consuming insects with a long, sticky tongue, similar to that of modern anteaters. The skull of Mononychus was remarkably long and tubular with tiny teeth, supporting the interpretation of an insectivorous diet. The legs were extremely long relative to body size, indicating that Mononychus was a swift runner capable of covering considerable ground while foraging for insect colonies. The tail was relatively long and stiff, providing balance during rapid locomotion. Another dinosaur with unexpected anatomical features is Concavenator corcovatus, a medium-sized theropod from early Cretaceous Spain, approximately 130 million years ago. Measuring roughly 6 meters in length and weighing perhaps 800 kilograms, Concavenator was a substantial predator, but size was not what made this dinosaur remarkable. The name means humpbacked hunter from Cuenca, referencing both the discovery location and the animal's most distinctive feature. Rising from the vertebrae just in front of the hips was a tall neural spine that created a prominent hump on the animal's back. This structure consisted of 2 elongated vertebrae with neural spines that extended dramatically upward, creating a triangular sail or hump approximately 40 centimeters tall. The function of this structure remains uncertain, with hypotheses ranging from fat storage similar to a camel's hump to a display structure for attracting mates or intimidating rivals, to thermoregulation by increasing surface area for heat exchange. The skeleton of Concavenator preserved another unexpected feature: small bumps on the ulna, one of the forearm bones that closely resemble the quill knobs found in modern birds where feathers attach to bone. This discovery was remarkable because Concavenator belonged to the Carcharodontosaurs, a group not previously known to possess any feather-like structures. If these bumps did indeed anchor feathers or feather-like filaments, it would suggest that such integumentary structures were even more widespread among dinosaurs than previously thought. The The skull of Concavenator was long and equipped with blade-like teeth typical of Carcharodontosaurs, designed for slicing flesh rather than crushing bone. The animal was clearly a predator, likely hunting the herbivorous dinosaurs that shared its ecosystem, including small ornithopods and perhaps juvenile sauropods. The long legs suggest Concavenator was a relatively swift runner, capable of pursuit hunting rather than relying solely on ambush tactics. If Mononychus represents extreme reduction of the forelimbs, then Linhenicus monodactylus represents the ultimate expression of that trend. This tiny Alvarez saurid from late Cretaceous Inner Mongolia, dating to approximately 84 to 75 million years ago, possessed arms that had been reduced to a single functional finger. The name means single-fingered claw from Linhe, appropriately describing both the animal's most distinctive feature and its discovery location. Measuring approximately 60 centimeters in length and weighing perhaps half a kilogram, Linhenicus was one of the smallest non-avian dinosaurs. The single remaining finger on each hand bore a small but sturdy claw, while all other finger bones had been completely lost. This represents the most extreme digit reduction known in any dinosaur, exceeding even the condition in Mononychus, where at least a vestigial second digit remained. The yeti function of this single-fingered hand remains somewhat mysterious. The claw was too small to have been useful for breaking into insect colonies in the manner proposed for Mononychus, suggesting that Linhenicus either fed on softer food sources that required less forceful excavation or employed entirely different feeding strategies. The long legs and lightweight build indicate this was an extremely swift animal, possibly capable of running down flying insects or employing other active hunting techniques. The discovery of Linhenicus demonstrated that Alvarez saurids underwent a progressive reduction in manual digit number over time, with earlier forms possessing 3 or 2 fingers, while later forms like Linhenicus retained only 1. This evolutionary trend towards simplification is unusual among dinosaurs, as most lineages either maintained their digit count or increased complexity rather than reducing it. Another recent discovery that has expanded our understanding of Oviraptorosaur diversity is Oxoko avasan, a small Oviraptorosaur from late Cretaceous Mongolia approximately 68 million years ago, living in the final years before the mass extinction. Measuring approximately 2 meters in length and weighing roughly 20 kilograms, Oxoko was a relatively modest animal, but it possessed unexpected features that revealed new information about Oviraptorosaur hand evolution. The most remarkable aspect of Oxoko was that it possessed only 2 functional fingers on each hand, rather than the 3 typical of Oviraptorosaurs. The 3rd finger had been reduced to a tiny vestige, effectively functionless. This discovery was significant because it demonstrated that digit reduction occurred independently in multiple theropod lineages, with Oviraptorosaurs following a similar evolutionary path to tyrannosaurs, despite no close relationship between the groups. The reduction in finger number in Oxoko appears to correlate with changes in the animal's ecology and behavior. The remaining 2 fingers were relatively elongated and bore large curved claws that would have been effective for grasping and manipulating objects. The animal may have specialized on foods that required less manual dexterity than those consumed by 3-fingered relatives. Or the hand reduction may relate to other aspects of behavior, such as courtship displays or nest construction. multiple specimens of Oxoco have been discovered together, suggesting that this dinosaur lived in social groups. The individuals found together were of similar size and presumably similar age, indicating that Oxoco may have formed cohorts of same-aged individuals that traveled and foraged together. This social behavior would have provided advantages, including improved predator detection and possibly cooperative feeding strategies. Shifting our attention now to the tyrannosaurs, we encounter Psittacosaurus sealei, a relatively large tyrannosaur from late Cretaceous New Mexico approximately 74 million years ago. Measuring approximately 9 meters in length and weighing roughly 2.5 tons, Psittacosaurus was not among the absolute largest tyrannosaurs, but was still a formidable apex predator. The name honors the Pistachio Wash, where the fossil was found, and paleontologist Paul Sereno's colleague Zhonghua Sereno, whose traditional Mongolian name was Sealei. What makes Psittacosaurus significant is not extreme size or bizarre anatomy, but rather its biogeographic and temporal position. This tyrannosaur lived in the southern portion of the western interior of North America, a region that has yielded relatively few large tyrannosaur fossils compared to more northern areas. The discovery of Psittacosaurus demonstrated that tyrannosaurs were diverse and successful across the wide geographic range, not just in the well-sampled regions of Montana, Alberta, and Wyoming. The skull of Psittacosaurus showed typical tyrannosaur features, including massive jaws equipped with large bone-crushing teeth. The teeth were not as robust as those of Tyrannosaurus rex, which lived several million years later, but they were still capable of inflicting devastating damage and crushing bone. The orbit housed a relatively large eye, suggesting good vision, while the olfactory regions of the brain were well developed, indicating an excellent sense of smell. The discovery of Psittacosaurus has implications for understanding tyrannosaur evolution and biogeography. It suggests that during the late Cretaceous, North America supported multiple tyrannosaur species that were geographically separated, with different forms dominating different regions. This pattern of regional endemism would have promoted diversification by preventing gene flow between populations, allowing local adaptations to accumulate over time. Another tyrannosaur discovery that has reshaped our understanding of this group is Thanatothyristes digrutorum, described in 2020 from fossils discovered in Alberta, Canada, in rocks dating to approximately 79.5 million years ago. The name means reaper of death, referencing the animal's role as an apex predator, while the species name honors John and Sandra de Groot, who discovered the specimen. Measuring approximately 8 to 9 meters in length, Thanatothyristes was a substantial predator that lived several million years before the famous Tyrannosaurus rex. What makes Thanatothyristes particularly significant is that it represents the oldest tyrannosaur species yet discovered in Canada and provides new information about the early evolution of large tyrannosaurs in North America. The skull shows distinctive features, including prominent vertical ridges on the upper jawbone, a characteristic not seen in other tyrannosaurs and probably related to species recognition or display. The teeth were blade-like with pronounced serrations, designed for slicing flesh efficiently. The environment inhabited by Thanatothyristes was a coastal plain with rivers and forests, supporting diverse dinosaur fauna, including hadrosaurs, ceratopsians, and various smaller dinosaurs that would have served as prey. As the apex predator of this ecosystem, Thanatothyristes would have been capable of taking down even the largest herbivores, using its powerful jaws and slicing teeth to inflict mortal wounds. The discovery of this species helps fill gaps in our understanding of how tyrannosaurs evolved from smaller ancestors into the giant predators that dominated late Cretaceous North America. Our final remarkable discovery brings us to one of the smallest tyrannosaurs ever found. Suskityrannus hazelae, described in 2019 from fossils discovered in New Mexico, lived approximately 92 million years ago during the Middle Cretaceous period. The name means coyote tyrant lizard, referencing both the Zuni word for coyote and the animal's relatively small size, while the species name honors Hazel Wolf, who provided crucial support for the research. Measuring only about 3 meters in length and weighing approximately 45 kilograms, roughly the size of a large dog, Suskityrannus was a tiny tyrannosaur that lived long before its giant descendants appeared. The discovery of Suskityrannus is significant because it provides crucial information about the early evolution of tyrannosaurs. During the Middle Cretaceous, tyrannosaurs were still relatively small animals that had not yet evolved the massive size and bone-crushing adaptations that would characterize later forms. Suskityrannus shows a mix of primitive and derived features, with proportionally longer arms than later tyrannosaurs, and a more gracile build suited for active pursuit of prey rather than the power-based hunting of later giants. The skull of Suskityrannus was elongated and equipped with numerous blade-like teeth designed for slicing rather than crushing. The large eyes and well-developed brain suggest an intelligent, visually oriented predator that relied on quick reflexes and coordinated attacks rather than overwhelming power. The long legs indicate that Suskityrannus was a swift runner, probably capable of chasing down smaller prey or escaping from larger predators that shared its ecosystem. The environment of Middle Cretaceous New Mexico was a floodplain with rivers and forests, supporting a diverse fauna. Suskityrannus would have hunted small dinosaurs, early mammals, and possibly lizards and other reptiles, occupying an ecological niche similar to that of modern predators like foxes or small cats. The discovery of this species demonstrates that tyrannosaurs spent most of their evolutionary history as relatively small, agile predators, only evolving gigantic size in the final 15 million years before their extinction. These 9 species, from the giant Oviraptorosaur that defied expectations of its family's size, limits to the tiny tyrannosaur that reveals the humble origins of that famous lineage, represent some of the most important dinosaur discoveries of recent decades. They remind us that paleontology remains a dynamic science where new finds constantly reshape our understanding. The age of dinosaurs was even stranger, more diverse, and more unexpected than we imagined, with ecological niches filled by creatures whose body plans seem almost impossible, yet were clearly successful for millions of years. As long as fossils remain to be discovered in the rocks of every continent, the dinosaurs will continue to surprise us, revealing that we have barely begun to comprehend the full scope of their evolutionary experimentation. And so, we reach the end of our journey through the forgotten corners of the Mesozoic world. If you've stayed with me for these past 3 hours, through 80 dinosaurs that most people have never heard of, I want to offer you my deepest thanks. In an age of fleeting attention and endless distractions, The fact that you chose to spend this time exploring these ancient lives means more than I can adequately express. You didn't come here for the famous names or the creatures that dominate museum halls. You came for the obscure, the overlooked, the species that exist only in scientific papers and the imaginations of the few who seek them out. That curiosity, that willingness to look beyond the obvious is what drives discovery forward. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the lesser-known corners of prehistory, I invite you to continue exploring with us. Our next video takes us in a different direction, examining not the obscure, but the iconic. The complete T-Rex family explores the evolutionary lineage that gave rise to the most famous predator of all time, tracing the Tyrannosaurs from their humble origins as small, agile hunters through their transformation into the bone-crushing giants that ruled the final age of dinosaurs. It's a story of evolution, adaptation, and the long road that led to Tyrannosaurus Rex. Before you go, if this video brought you something of value, whether that's knowledge, wonder, or simply a peaceful few hours, please consider leaving a like and subscribing to Paleo Nocturne. Your support allows us to continue creating these long-form documentaries about the creatures that time forgot. Comments are always welcome as well. I read everyone, and I'm genuinely curious to know which of these 80 dinosaurs surprised you most, or which ones you'd like to learn more about in future videos. Thank you again for being here. Whether you're drifting off to sleep or wide awake at your desk, whether you listen to every word or let the narration wash over you as background to other thoughts, you've been part of something special tonight. We've remembered together creatures that lived and died millions of years before humans existed. Animals that will never be seen again, except through the work of scientists and the imagination of people like you who care enough to listen. Sleep well, stay curious, and I'll see you in the next documentary. Good night.